Okay. Alright, using a new overlay, new settings, so give me just a moment to make sure that everything is working properly. How's the music sound? Is it too loud, too quiet? Based on the wavelengths, it might be a bit too loud. Let me turn that down a little bit. There we go, there we go. Hope everybody is doing well today. Gonna be doing something a little different. After watching Felicia Fan's live critique of me and Pierre's Smash Design tier list, I realized that, ranking things in a live format, it's kind of just really fun. So, we are going to be doing that today as well. Quick question, is Matter still taking banner art requests? I don't see why he wouldn't. I can ask him and get back to you. But for now, Camp, I'll get back to you on that on Discord. Let me check for him, because I don't want you to send money to him and for it to be closed. I think he might have put a deadline on it, but I don't see any reason why he wouldn't be able to add something later. So we'll see. We realized that we were always right, indeed. There were a couple of them that I really appreciated the outside context for. Ryu and Ken especially. Like, having a more competitively focused person look over their designs, that was a great eye-opener. I really enjoyed participating in that. Shoutouts to Felicia Fan. Go watch that if you haven't already. Also, Incineroar and Greninja, I don't think we gave them enough credit. Like, we had the whole argument of the baking soda volcano that it felt weird to rank them any higher. But, that's more Pokemon's problem than Smash Brothers. I'd probably put them both a tier higher than where they were these days. Anyway, though, what this is obvious. I'm going to be rambling about Pokemon designs for a couple hours because I can, and it sounds fun. If it looks like I'm reading a script right now, it's because I partially scripted this intro, so bear with me. I have wanted to do this for a while now, because I've known for a while that I haven't been as fond of the current and general trend of Pokemon designs in recent years. But I can't really articulate why that is, and that frustrates me. I don't like not being able to put to words what I'm feeling about something. So I'm doing this in the hopes... No, this is where my hands... Yes, I'm on camera right now. I need to get used to that. So I'm doing this in the hopes that by planting myself in front of a microphone with a live audience, that I can figure out why exactly I feel the way I do about Pokemon's general designs. Or at the very least, maybe come up with a newfound appreciation for the newer ones. I don't know. I'm not willing to plant any flags just yet. Plus, in this format, I can kind of do, mini live quick concepts talking about how I'd want a design to be improved. That also sounds like a ton of fun. So to kind of explain the credentials of what we're doing here, I don't care about the competitive viability of a Pokemon. Gameplay-wise isn't going to really be considered here unless its gameplay actively works with the design of a Pokemon. Easy example, Snorlax. Being incredibly lazy but being super powerful gives it that kind of gentle giant concept, which is great. I will be kind of considering Pokedex entries. I've got Bulbapedia up on another tab, which I will be checking from time to time. But that's not going to be I'm not going to check all of them. That's more of along the lines of, oh yeah, this Pokedex entry shows off some really cool lore, explains this little bit of their design. We'll also be taking any and all chat feedback as well as we're going through this. That's why I'm doing it in a live format. But the main thing that I'm ranking here is the world-building element of Pokemon, for lack of a better way of putting it. I want to look at creature design. I'm trying to figure out why I got so invested in the early Pokemon designs and how they added to the wider world of Pokemon. What made this a world that I could get invested in, that I could imagine myself in catching Pokemon myself, why I believed in this world, and why it just isn't really there right now. Obviously, this is going to be a highly opinionated list because of that. This is very much just ranking Pokemon in terms of how much they capture my imagination, I guess? But just because it's my opinion, don't feel afraid of contesting my opinion. A big part of why I'm doing this is I'm trying to uncover the roots of a problem I have with Pokemon designs, and I can't do that, I can't work through that if I don't have people, like, calling me out for contradictions and stuff like that. So feel free to get as mad as you want to when I disown your favorite Pokemon. The more opinions I can get, the better. Even if tempers are lost, the engagement is great for the channel. Is from Harry Mation, is it because newer designs are... Oh, I just realized the chat box isn't showing up. Hang on. One second. Properties... That's not good. One second. Let me jump to... Oh, no, it isn't. I have it underneath the overlay. Oops. Okay. Where was I? Oh, Harry Mason's asked if it's because the newer designs are too human-looking. I think it's partially that, but it's more that I think the human designs are too focused in a specific personality, if that makes any sense. Like we were talking about Incineroar earlier. There's a very narrow margin of how you can interpret Incineroar's character design. It is very much a heel wrestler and kind of embodies all the personality traits that come along with it. Whereas if you get something like Charizard, I can imagine a timid Charizard, or a confident Charizard, or a really angry or bashful one. I don't like it when a Pokemon's design overwrites my own interpretation of what I'm seeing this creature that I'm raising become. Does that make sense? I don't know. Hopefully I'll be able to articulate more of that by the end of this. Okay, let me just double check my notes, make sure I'm not missing anything. No, I'm not. Alright, so let's explain the tiers here. We got our S tier right here, which is Pokerus, an extremely fantastic design that is so good it is infectious in a positive way. They improve everything in relation to them. A Pokerus design is what I would want from any Pokemon. Shinies are the A tier. Extremely good as a baseline. You're always happy to see a shiny, but just because they're a shiny doesn't necessarily mean they're great. Some shinies are just flat out ugly, others barely change. Sometimes you'll get something like a male Combi or a male Salamence, I think? No, not Salamence. That's the dragon. Whatever the lower form of Salazzle is. Salandit. Like, the positive of it being a shiny far outweighs the negative, but there are some small hiccups here and there that prevent unabashed praise. B tier is the Everstones, which are still good, but there's something that bothers me about these designs. They're just... Oh, how do I put this? There is a problem I have that is greater than a nitpick. Something I can point towards and be like, you know what, I wish that was better. Like some small... Oh gosh, I'm coughing already. This is going to be great. Something that prevents them from being a higher tier, or they're just boring. Like, a lot of the basic birds and rats and stuff will fall into Everstone, because there's a cap at what those kind of designs can be. HM slaves are the C tier. I don't hate these designs, but they're just kinda... They're there. They perform a function. There's something I value to an idea, but they don't really excite me. I want some substantial changes before I would rank them any higher. More or less just a lack of passion in this tier. Frustration is the one move that increases in power the lower the friendship is. I was very proud of how I named that one. Because I'm starting to feel negative about these ones. There's something stupid or off-putting, something I can't look past, just general wasted potential. Oh, I just knocked something off my desk. This is fine. Wonder traits are the E tier. Simply put, if I got that design, I'd rather wonder trait it for something random than keep it as it is. They don't outright offend me, but I'd want anything else. There might be a small idea there, but I want either to actually be built upon or just an outright overhaul. And got away safely is the F tier. I hate them. Get rid of them. Don't even want to look at them, throw them in the trash, and give me something better. So that is the entire tier list, S through F. Let us begin. And this is the perfect place to begin. So let me tell you a bit about what I found the initial draw to the Pokemon series was for me. It was the entire concept of taking a real-life creature, an element, fusing them together, and as that creature grows, its connection to that element grows as well. Not only do I think Bulbasaur is great, I think all three of these immediately go up here, because it's such a perfect way of explaining that kind of world-building mechanic. You have the little toad-like dinosaur thing that Bulbasaur is, for lack of a better term. And as the little creature grows, the bulb on its back starts to bloom and sprout, turning this adorable little friend into a mighty ally that will protect you through thick and thin. Not thin and thin. It only protects you through the thin stuff, never the thick stuff. You're gonna need something else for that. But God, I love these three so much. Actual ordering... I think I like the initial order of them. I think all three of these are essentially perfect for what they're supposed to be doing. Don't quite feel that way for the other two trios. I think they're both still good, but the evolution through line isn't as strong. Like, for example, I would easily rank Charizard as a Pokerus. Like, I know Charizard is overrated to hell in modern Pokemon games, but it's still a fucking fire dragon that your fire lizard evolved into. That's awesome. But the other two... how do I put this? Charmeleon looks bald to me. Does that make sense? It's just a little chrome dome that I want some sort of, like, I don't know, frill or something. I don't know, because it's fine. It's Charizard's color bugs me. It's like a reversion from... Right! That's another thing! I hate it when Pokemon do, like, weird color versus... Like, I'd probably put Charmander... Well... No. Because, like, I think every trio is still good. Like, I'm not putting any of them below any of these tiers. But at least Charmeleon has more personality, if you know what I mean. I wish it was a better through line, because you start with a fire lizard and it becomes a fire dragon, right? That's obvious. But Charmeleon doesn't really have a, like, a direct through line to that. Like, I wish its arms had, like, wing arms coming off of them, if that makes any sense. Or maybe, like, the crest on its head ignited, which turned into fiery wings with Charizard. Yeah, you know what? Charizard's hurt by Moltres existing. Because if Charizard had that fiery wing thing like it has in its Dynamax form, that'd look so sick! As is just kind of fine. Charmeleon could have back ridges. Yeah, something like that. Something to show the evolution from lizard to dragon, because it kind of just jumps. Charmander feels like he's missing a crucial part of his anatomy. Yeah! His face is just kind of bland. Let me get a better picture. Ivysaur, you're perfect. Venusaur, you're perfect. Charmander. Like, it's just flat. It's just flat features, and I'm not as fond of it. Squirtle's kinda in that same boat. Something I'm not quite fond of for a lot of water-type Pokemon is that it's literally just an aquatic Pokemon. It's just kinda... I don't want to say lazy, but there's none of that same attachment that you get from, like, Bulbasaur having a bulb growing off of its back, or Charmander having its tail on fire. It's just, oh yeah, the aquatic creature is aquatic. Wow. Of course, that can also be very hard to show sometimes, when you get to things like, Slowbro or Vaporeon being land-based creatures that are, like, twisted to become aquatic creatures. That's great. That's fantastic. But he's a cute little... Oh, he is the cutest of boys. He just doesn't impress me in the same way that like these guys do, or even Charm... It does kind of feel weird to put... Nah, Charmander's... No, sorry, Charmeleon. Am I the only one that constantly mixes the names of Charmeleon and Charmander? I always have to pause for a second just to figure out, wait, which one's which? I can never remember. Partially because Charizard just eclipses them so heavily. But Charmander feels like a stronger name than Charmeleon, you know? It's more aggressive, which Charmeleon looks more aggressive. That's what you'd expect from him. Yes, it's only you. Shut up. I know I'm not alone in that. Now see, the Wartortle, like that, this is much better. Because now you get this aquatic design, but you're now starting to see some aquatic stuff come along with it. It looks like its tail is becoming waves. I love the little fins that are popping off of its head. Again, it's not quite up there in Pokerus. I could definitely put this high A tier instead of... definitely over these three. Blastoise, though, is so fucking cool. Like, I'm sorry, but, like... Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, Venusaur... This feels like the natural extension of what these evolutions should be. Like, yeah, grass creature, the bulb grows. Of course, obviously. Fucking water, steel, hydro cannons, that's so sick. That is an inspired Pokemon design. It's kind of weird that it's not a steel type. But I can absolutely get the... Just double down on Blastoise being one of the best Gen 1 designs in the entire game. It is weird that the fins and tail get abandoned with Blastoise. And as a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but from the Pokemon data mines that we got, we actually figured out that there was a pre-evolution to Blastoise, and that Wartortle was supposed to evolve into a different Pokemon, which makes so much sense looking at these designs. However, I think in these sorts of instances, I will always... I'm going to favor whichever design path I think is the coolest and rank it off of that. And I think Blastoise is the cooler design idea than what Squirtle and Wartortle were going for. Although I do kind of agree that you should... Maybe I should keep... taking into consideration that how the Pokemon evolves, how satisfying of an evolution that should be. Would I penalize Blastoise or Squirtle or Wartortle for that? I have an idea of the Pokemon actually growing up. Right, I missed that in a lot of the modern Pokemon. Like, instead of the Pokemon growing up, it feels like they're growing into a character role, which isn't quite the same thing. Wartortle, someone should foreshadow Blastoise, someone instead of wings on the head can make us. What I'd do for Wartortle, if that was the case, I'd make, like, little coral growths coming out of its shell. Like, take the little bits of Corsola and just kind of make it, like, it's forming on its shoulders. It hasn't quite become cannons, but you're starting to see the cannons begin to form. Do you like the color shading between the squirrel line? It does look very good, right? It's consistently getting darker through the entire thing. Very nice. I think I'm gonna do this. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, don't get me wrong. I adore Squirtle. Squirtle is an adorable Pokemon. He's the bestest of friends. But the design isn't really doing anything with the water typing apart from being a turtle. So I'm going to put him down. In fact, I'm even going to put him underneath Charmeleon. Get at least that fiery connection is there. Squirtle Squad and shit. It's still a B tier. Come on. More turtle. Now I think I'll keep him there for now. I think I'll keep him there for now. Putting Squirtle a full tier beneath Charmander is a crime. Well, that's the thing. We got a specific criteria here, and Squirtle fits. I mean, Charmander fits it better than Squirtle. Actually, you know what? Here, I feel better about this. I feel like this feels... Because I like Wartortle's connection to water far more than Charmander and Charmeleon's just being its tail's on fire. Like, the fact that if the fire goes out, it just dies, that's a nice touch. But you kind of go through this evolution line just waiting for it to get to Charizard, whereas I feel like the other two, I enjoy the step-by-step process far more smoother. I can really appreciate just going... I can bond with all three forms of the evolution. Caterpie! Caterpie's a good boy. It's one of those weird instances where there's a handful of Pokemon types that are just real stuff. Like, how do you make that connection between an element when the element is just what it is? But I think for what that is, Caterpie is absolutely excellent. I might cap out here. Maybe low shiny. It's like right on the cusp of there, but for what it is, finding this cute little caterpillar that you want to raise and grow, this is the most huggable of friends. The kind of thing that you see and you're going like, I don't know what this is. I've only had it for 5 minutes, but if anything happens to it, I will kill everybody and then myself, you know? It's the kind of design that you want to care for. Which is excellent. What is its horn? What does it do? It's a little crest. Lots of bugs have little random crests. It's I got nothing. Metapod sucks though. I think that's something everybody can agree on. It's a very boring cocoon. I know people would kind of think like, oh yeah, it's just a cocoon. What more do you want from it? But I feel like for an evolution of Caterpie into Butterfree, this should look a lot more huggable, if that makes sense. Like, kind of, it should be round. It should look almost like the Caterpie has like a little nap hat on, and it is just kind of taking a nap or something, like it just crawled into a sleeping bag. Like, compare that to Kakuna, whereas Kakuna's evolution, while still a cocoon, sells the more threatening nature of what's going to become Beedrill. And I think that's really great. Metapod is just... it's a cocoon. It's not a very good one. Butterfree! It's like, so, yeah, kind of like Silcoon, but not as sharp. Exactly, Casey Clark. There's some really cool cocoons in real life. Metapod doesn't need to look lamer than the real thing. Only reason I like Metapod is because of the old Smosh game. Like, don't get me wrong, some of the jokes around Metapod are hilarious. But it's one of the most boring designs of this generation. The only reason it's not lower is because it at least evolves into something. You keep it for so short of time that it doesn't really matter that it's bad. Butterfree... I don't feel like I can rank Butterfree over Caterpie. It's weird that the butterfly evolution of a caterpillar is a lot less colorful than the caterpillar. Like, it's still good. Like, it's still well, even then, like I really love the red eyes. It kind of sells that psychic power that it's grown into really, really well. I'm having a hiccup right now because I'm comparing it to Venonat. I've always compared it to Venonat in my mind. And it drives me nuts that those two Pokemon have such similar color schemes. It's a very weird decision in a game where you have, like... How many did Gen 1 have? Like, 15 different types? They said Butterfree going away music. If I have to, like, handle music, I'm gonna go insane. Wait, like, we're just gonna have to let's go OST playing and just to make this somewhat manageable for me. But, like, I don't know, is this fair to judge it like that? Am I alone in this? Like, I feel like I almost feel like Caterpie would be a better evolution into Beautifly. Am I alone in that? Because, like, the adorable little, cute little caterpillar evolving into the beautiful butterfly is what you'd expect, obviously. And Beautifly does that. Also kind of lets the crest grow into something more than just the antenna. There's a reason people think Venonat, Butterfree, and Gyarados Dragonite were swapped later. Yeah. There's a lot of Pokemon like that, where it just feels like there was something else there. From Terran Stark, if Butterfree came in different colors, each one had them. Yeah! That would be like a Vivillon kind of deal. That would be much better. As it stands now, it's fine. But I think I might even... Yeah, right there. Right there, I think. What of Wurmple? I mean, if you switch up the color scheme of Wurmple, it would work. Prefer Vivillon? I prefer Vivillon as well. Weedle. I think Weedle's an HM slave. I feel like there's a kind of dichotomy for a lot of these early Pokemon that you get in the game, where it's kind of offering players a choice of what kind of Pokemon they want to raise. Like in this instance, you can either go with the adorable Caterpie that evolves into the adorable Butterfree, or you go for the more sharper, threatening Beedrill line. Do you want something that's cute and you can raise up, or something cool that you can train to fight, you know? I feel like Beedrill gets that down, but Weedle's just kind of there. I don't feel nearly as strongly towards Weedle as I do Caterpie. I almost feel like they didn't commit hard enough with Weedle to what that kind of design might be. I almost want it to be more threatening, because it looks too huggable, but it's also sharp, and I guess... Like Weedle's sprite in Gen 1. The Gen 1 sprite is pretty great. Kakuna had arms on one old guard. It did? Fascinating. But yeah, Weedle's just kind of there. I don't feel nearly as strongly towards it as I do Caterpie. Definitely something I get and I want to evolve as soon as possible. Kakuna's actually pretty good. Like, again, the Kakuna has what Metapod doesn't. Like, it is just a cocoon, but it's like, oh no, look at this thing. That's going to be really scary when it breaks out. Oh. Would I be completely blasphemous if I ranked this higher than Squirtle? Would I be a bad person if I did that? And that Beedrill's so cool. I don't want to quite put it Everstone. I mean, I don't quite put it in Shiny tier. Because it's always looked just a little... What would I do to improve Weedle? I'd either give it a grosser mouth, maybe give it some little pinchers, or maybe make it look a little more like an actual bee larva, make it a little slimier, if that makes any sense. For Beedrill, I want to put it in Shiny, but it's the stingers on the arms. They're too conical Like, it looks like it just stapled traffic cones. It's just... Oh, I wish I had Photoshop up right now. I'm not going to do that because that'd take too long, because I'll just go off on tangents on sort of things. But that would be... I kind of want them to be just a little more curved. Like, hold on, one second. Bee stinger microscope. Let me grab... Something like this, like make it a little serrated and a little curved, that would look really threatening. That would look really cool. As is now, it's just a little too hard to take it seriously. Like, it's still good. It's still fun. You see a swarm of those and you're afraid. And another case where the red eyes really do a lot for it to make it feel more, in this case, threatening. Man, it's still good. Like, I'm talking about all these as if they're bad. This is all top side of the tier list. More narrow? Yeah, exactly. What about Mega Beedrill? I'll do the Mega Evolutions in a separate stream down the line. I feel like the design philosophy for Mega Evolutions is inherently different than what baseline Pokemon should be, and I want to tackle them under their own criterias. Yeah, I think I feel good about this. For a basic bug, these are pretty decent basic bugs. Without having any sort of, like, elemental attribute to make them more interesting. Like, that's pretty decent for what they are. Following up the basic bugs with the basic birds. Yeah, you know, for being a basic bird, I think Pidgey's pretty good. Like, let me get a bigger image real quick. I should be... Boop. Charizard, Squirtle. He's so cute, but you're nothing. Mespise, Metapod, Butterfree, Weedle, Kuna, Beedrill. Pidgey. Like, it is the most basic of birds, don't get me wrong. But, like, for what it's supposed to be, it's got a nice, like, color flare. I love the darker highlights around its eyes. Like, it's at the bottom of Everstone. That is the absolute highest it could ever be. But, like, I feel positively towards this bird. It's a cute bird. But then we get to Pidgeotto and Pidgeot. And I feel like if these sprites down here, if you shrunk down Pidgeots just a little bit and made Pidgeottos, like, swap the sizes, you would not be able to tell the difference. Oh, wait, that one's supposed to be Pidgeot, and that one's supposed to be Pidgeotto. It is the... one of the blandest evolutions in the entire series. There is an elegant simplicity that's easy to take for granted. I do agree with that, Potted Plant, but I would want... just a little bit more from Pidgeot. Maybe an extra color. Maybe let the yellow and red start flaring up in the wings. I think I can rank Pidgeotto up here because it is a very nice evolution from Pidgeot. I like I like the crest. I like the additions of the red and yellow. But I actually think I'm gonna punish Pidgeot for that and put it down here. Because I wish it had just a little bit more. That's enough to put it down to the point where it's a little bit... for me. Like, that's high HM Slave, I think. But, like, I wish this... Like, what... Is the Mega Evolutions on here? Yeah, like, look at... Take, like, half of Mega Pidgeots and put it onto Pidgeot, and I'd feel a lot better about it. Like... Give it the little blue on the sides of its wings, or make the crest like it is here. As is now, I just don't feel that much. I would want more. I'd want a more satisfying evolution. If it wasn't for the fact that the wings are unfurling, you wouldn't even be able to tell that well from this evolution standpoint. Let me look at some other sprites. Like Pidgeot, that's a fun evolution. I like that. That's a very unflattering angle from the last one. Like, I just want more. I want more. basic rat. It's purple. Like, I can say that about it. That's something. I do like the little bit of personality with its, little swoosh in the tail. Yeah, that's kind of cute. I might actually put this over Pidgeot. Because, like, at least Rattata does a half-decent job at selling itself as, like, the basic Pokemon pest, you know? Like, it is just that. But, like, it's personal. It's got some spunk to it. It's got personality. It's cute. You know, I feel like just a smidgen of positivity towards this thing. I'm gonna put it at the bottom of B tier. For what it's supposed to be. Like, it's not a poison type, but it kind of gives the vibe of poison type. Which kind of bumps it up just a little bit. You know what? I might like it better than the basic bird. Nah, I really like the dark highlights underneath Pidgey's eyes. Top percentage, indeed, exactly. Raticate sucks, though. I really hate Raticate. Because it takes the few things that Rattata had going for it, like the purple coloration, the little swoosh in the tail, and just makes it the most basic of rat Pokemon. And I really don't like the... Let's get a bigger picture of it for reference. I don't like the Lockjaw. I really don't like the Lockjaw. Because it's that kind of thing where, again, I don't like it when a Pokemon's design kind of forces the personality of what it's... I talk a lot with my hands, now I'm on camera. But, like, it's so hard to picture Raticate that isn't angry, which makes it really hard to really bond with it in any way, because a Rattata's design is neutral enough that I can kind of picture that thing smiling. I can kind of picture that thing, like, being cute or huggable or also ferocious at the same time. Raticate is locked into its expression, which kind of just locks it into an emotion, and I'm just not fond of that. Kind of wish... This is a case where I kind of wish that dark typing was a thing back then. Because I feel like if you had managed to kind of do a Zigzagoon to Lanoon kind of deal, where the rat became sleeker and meaner, kind of a... Hold on. Like, I should look at Raticates and see the rat from Lady and the Tramp. Just get a vibe of, oh god, this rat has eaten a lot, has gotten really big, and maybe don't let your Pokemon out at night. They might get eaten. Raticate's just... yeah. I would never want to keep Raticate. Also, yeah, where's his limbs? No strong feelings. I really don't like that one. No strong feelings, I really don't like that one. That's a strong feeling. Joys of live speech. I would edit that out. It's weird there weren't any dark type retcons. Indeed, like, especially now that we're moving on to Spearow and Fearow. Because I feel like adding dark type on... I've actually seen some really good dark type Spearow. Yeah! See this thing? That's really good. Oh, what's the artist from this? I want to credit properly. By Pete Tickles on Reddit. Yes. So that looks so good. So much more spunk, so much more personality, so much more reason to exist alongside Pidgey and Pidgeot. Because, like, the thing is, it's kind of another Caterpie Weedle situation where you're kind of picking the route you want to go, with Pidgey being the more kind of basic, cute, huggable into a more powerful Pokemon, whereas Spearow is the more aggressive, meaner one. But as it stands, they're kind of just inferior. Like, I'd probably put both of these in HM Slave. I'll put Fearow above Pidgeot, because at least Fearow has got some identity to it, like the longer beak, the red crest. Especially with the similar colorations, too. Like, looking at these side by side, like, why not at least choose, like, a darker shade of black or gray or something to make them a little more distinct from each other? I don't know. And another thing. Imagine if you name a Fearow. Fair point, Peer. Fair point. Where'd the music go? Yes, YouTube, I'm still listening to the music. Turn it back on. There we go. Spearow Fearow is a weird... This will come up a lot in this tier list. There's a weird second evolution curse. You know, where if a Pokemon only has 2 evolutions, unless that second evolution absolutely nails the design, it gives this vibe of, like, okay, we have Fearow now, but what do you evolve into next? And you just never get that evolution, which makes the second evolution just feel a bit lacking. You know what I'm talking? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about? Because especially since it's so obviously paralleling Pidgeotto, Pidgeots, I feel inherently unsatisfied by Fearow because I'm just waiting for it to get to this Pidgeot stage of that line, and it just never gets there. Ekans. I love snakes. One of my favorite animals. Just adore everything about them. I can't stand Ekans. Like, what an absolutely lame snake. Let's get a bigger picture from Bulbapedia. Like, I have so many problems here. Why don't you have fangs? Why don't you have the forked... Why do you have a human tongue, for that matter? Why do you have this single stripe around your neck like... You look like an earthworm, and that drives me nuts. Like, it is Ekans it is just a snake, but it's not even a very good snake. Like, I wouldn't want to trade it because I know what it evolves into, and it's not the worst thing in the world. Like, I can imagine it emoting, but especially having a human tongue is gonna drop a lot of these for me. Like, that just looks so just disconcerting to me, and I don't like it. It's got... I love that it has a rattle, but it doesn't look the least bit intimidating. Arbok, though? Hell yeah. This is what you do when you want to get... Like, take those kind of real-life Pokemon inspirations, but expand upon them tremendously, because you're never going to see a Cobra with this kind of coloration and pattern in the real world, but having the colors so striking, so threatening, and the fact that the patterns kind of change between Arboks, that's so sick. Arboks fixes everything about Ekans and then some. It's so cool. Can't put it much higher than this. I feel like it's poison typing and real world animal equivalent that is already poisonous kind of caps it at A tier, but it's such a solid A tier. This kind of fall into that same second evolution curse, where I just look at it and kind of wonder what it evolves into. Like, maybe it evolves in a way that it starts getting, like, growths, poisonous spikes on its head to make it a literal King Cobra. Or maybe, like, make it a Hydra kind of deal where it sprouts multiple heads. I don't know. Something like that might even be up to S tier for me. But for Arbok, he's cool. I like Arbok. Great Pokemon design. Love Arbok's Pokemon Yellow sprite, where it's just looking straight at you. It's so good. Pikachu, like, what do you want from me? It's a Pikachu. There's a reason it's the mascot. It's the yellow rat. It's got a lightning bolt tail. If it touches its cheeks, it's got, like, static electricity that it can shock you with. It's a wonderful explanation of the draw of Pokemon. Like, here's a mouse, but it's an electric mouse. Isn't that so cool? Ha ha ha. Feels wrong to see Pikachu's evolution tree without Pichu, our Lord and Savior. Pichu, knowing Pichu exists makes Raichu really weird. Because I feel like if I didn't know Pichu is there, I might want more from Raichu. But as it stands, I think it's actually... I might even put it above Charizard. I think Raichu is absolutely excellent. I feel like it grows from Pikachu in so many solid ways. I love the chain... What's the rat that's... Raichu is based off of? I can never remember off the top of my head. It's always in trivia. A Jerboa, yeah. Making it based more off of a Jerboa as kind of an evolution from Pikachu's basic mouse is such a cool idea. I love how it gives it the longer feet. I love that the lightning bolt tail extends almost as if it's an electric cable attached to it. That's such a cool design choice. The added patterns are really cool. Do I like this more than Bulbasaur? I might like this more than the Bulbasaur line. Maybe come back to that. But, like, I think Raichu's so cool. Perfect evolution from Pikachu. I wish Raichu took more inspiration from Raiden since his name is consistent. Maybe if it ever gets to Mega Evolution. If Pokemon finally realizes that was the best idea they've had in a decade and brings it back. Please, I'm begging you. Miss Fat Raichu? I kind of do too. I feel like Pikachu and Raichu both had more personality when they were a little chubbier. Yeah, look at those little sprites right there. He's fat because he's full of energy and ready to zap you. Great design. Fantastic design. I love Raichu so much. Exactly! Like, the twirly bits of its ears are like frayed cables. Like, there is a level of commitment to the typing of the Pokemon without overriding the Pokemon, it's like the creature itself. Like, a lot of the later designs and later generations kind of overfavor one or the other. This is a wonderful combination of the two. Sandshrew. I really like Sandshrew. Sandshrew a great ground type. I love that it looks like it's literally made of sandstone. That's just fun. I can't say anything more than that. Quick question, this would feel weird to say now, but what would you prefer, having Pichu or the unused Gorge? Let me remind myself what Gorochu looks like. Oh, damn! Let me get this. I'd have to see more angles of it. It kind of looks a little busy. Like this view right here. But it does look pretty sick. I'll give you that. It does look pretty sick. Alright, back to Sandshrew. Great ground type. Not quite higher than these two. I feel like Arbok and Wartortle are like really high A tier, whereas this is just like just an A rather than an A+, but it's still a very good ground type. Not quite as fond of Sandslash. Let me get a bigger picture. Because again, Sandshrew looks like it literally just came out of an Egyptian pyramid. Sandslash, though, loses that texture, and I've never been that fond of that. It almost feels like it's committing less. Which, you know, on the other hand, it does get the claws to make it so it's more of a burrower. But I don't feel quite as strongly. Does that have to knock it into B tier? I kind of wish it was more Ankylosaurus and less porcupine. Like, build off of the ground, like it's bulking up and getting more armored. That's, well, nah, but Sandslash is still cool, though. Yeah, Sandslash is still cool. I'll keep it in A tier. I just don't like it as much as Sandshrew. I like the idea behind Sandshrew more than I do the idea behind Sandslash. Another case where I would really love to see what Sandslash could evolve into. Like, maybe make it longer, kind of crocodilian almost. Maybe, like, give it, like that Ankylosaurus club tail. I'm gonna say give something a club tail a lot in this. I feel like not enough Pokemon have clubbed tails. It's just a great way of, like, giving rock or ground types that feeling of power. Nidorans. Let me get a bigger picture of the Nidorans, because the Nidorans kind of just feel... I feel like the little bits that are kind of sticking out of them are supposed to be like poisonous spines to mimic that they're poison-type Pokemon. But they kind of just feel busy. There's not really any rhyme or reason to them. They're just kind of like, oh yeah, they're gonna sprout off a couple things there and call it a day. Not as fond of that. Especially in a game where you already had a basic-ass rat, and now you're given the option of 2 more basic-ass rats, and there's nothing about their initial designs that clues you in that, oh, these are gonna turn into some super sick kaiju. Like, hang on. I almost feel like I've seen somebody do, if I can find them. Somebody that does... Yeah. I found them. It's a Tumblr called In Progress Pokemon, where they'll kind of make a more steady through line between the Pokemon designs. I feel like if the Nidoran started at, like, where this second evolution was, evolved into the 4th one, and then became the giant kaiju of Nidoking and Nidoqueen, that'd fit a lot better to me. But as it stands, I think at least the basic Nidorans, I feel very little towards these guys. I think the female Nidoran is just a little bit better. I feel like it's got bigger ears, but that's it. And the ramshackle spikes are more pronounced and odd-looking for the male Nidoran. I guess they're more bunnies than rats, maybe? They're a weird mix of kind of reptilian and mammalian characteristics, which becomes more obvious as they evolve. I just wish that cool creature fusion was more pronounced throughout the moveset. The moveset? I'm too used to talking about Smash Brothers. And the design. Is it her that Nidoking and they can't? What? That's weird. Why does Nidoqueen have boobs then? What's the purpose of that? I do think the like Nidorina and Nidorino are stronger. Like they're getting into that reptilian mammalian combo. Again, I think I like Nidorina more than Nidorino. It's not until Nidorino fully evolves. I'd put this... the ears... The spikes are still kind of ramshackle. I wish there was more rhyme or reason to the spikes. Maybe like right there. And Nidorino... Yeah... There? Something like that? Yeah, something... Well, no, I think... Nidorino's feels... Let me get a bigger picture of Nidorino. Yeah, it's just too ramshackle for me. I'm not as fond of it. The King and Queen, though. hell yes. The king and queen are... Like, Nido-King is an easy... I think right here-ish. It's the least ramshackle of the bunch. Like, now that it's actually, like, armored up to the point that it feels like it could charge you, the spikes on its head and ears feel a lot more, like, it has a purpose to them. Slightly ramshackle, but Nido-King's just sick. It's just a cool design. Like, come on. The queen, though... Let me check something real quick. Because if I remember correctly, there's kind of a theme of Nido-King being the offensive, whereas Nido-Queen is the more defensive, which, if I'm remembering right, I really like that theming. I think that's very strong. One stays behind to protect the young, while the other goes out to hunt down prey, even though they can't have young, apparently. Kind of ish, maybe, at first. Nido-Queen's just kind of basic, which is, like, my whole problem with Nido-Queen. Like, I feel like it should be more of an equal partnership here. When I look at Nido-Queen, I kind of... It just feels like a lesser Nido-King. And not as fun. Like, it's still good. Like, I could put it maybe Everstone or so. Maybe if it had, like a Styracosaurus sort of crest to it. And again, give it a clubbed tail or something. Like, make it feel like more of the shield to Nido-King's spear. That would look really cool. As it stands, especially in a game with so many Godzilla-like kaiju, I think Nido-Queen is probably the worst one. Like, am I wrong there? I feel like that's a fair statement to throw out. Like, there's just nothing to Nido-Queen that makes it more fun to use or see or enjoy in the games than the other ones. See Queen and King more like conveying personality more than stats? Like, it's more the king is aggressive and the queen is mellow? I guess so. But in a game like this, it's... Like, you already have Kangaskhan. I think there's another one, too. Like, isn't there a fourth Godzilla-like Pokemon as well? Yeah, Rhyhorn as well. Literal Crown of Farms? Kind of. I think that'll look really cool. As this, it's just there. Clefairy is an interesting... case. Because Clefairy feels like a Pokemon that has a lot of ideas, but doesn't really commit to any of them. Like, on one hand, it's kind of got this kind of fey creature thing going on. This really tuft of hair and the weird, like, curled up tail it's got behind it. But then it also has, like, the whole alien kind of deal to it. Like, it's something from the moon. I think that's literally the lore, right? Let me double check. I swear I've seen GIFs of Clefairies. No, yeah, I remember that anime episode. It is absolutely from the moon. It's got spaceships, which is absolutely hilarious. That one... Let me see if I can find it. 1 second. Clefairy spaceship. Just the shot of it at a control... Yes! This shot, right here. Just in a control console, just hitting buttons. That's so funny. But my problem with it is, it doesn't really commit to any of those themes. It feels so spliced and not wanting to be any of them because it wants to be all of them. Like, it's still a decent Pokemon. I'd put it, like, maybe next to Squirtle-ish, around in that area. Like, it's cute, but, like, what are you? Thankfully, there have been a lot of Pokemon, like your Ribombis, or that one alien psychic Pokemon I can never remember the name of, or even just Abra, that give off those vibes much better, so that, like, there's Pokemons to turn to if you want something like that. Yeah, you put it perfectly, Foolish Tunes. It's designed more of just being kind of cute and to be a plush. It feels like a plush, right? I'm dropping it down a few tiers. Well, it does give off that vibe of Fae and otherworldly pretty decently. I'll put it at least here. But, like, it's not enough. Yeah, it's not bad, but it does... Elgyem! That's the Pokemon. Thank you. The invader from outer space. It looks so cool. Clefable's just bad. This is one of those weird cases where I kind of wish that Clefairy just didn't evolve at all. Because I can't stand Clefairy. It's not as bad as Raticate, but... They took the design of Clefairy, and instead of committing to anything, they kind of just stretched it. I guess it's got the really weird frills, wings, maybe. The tail just gets bigger. It just becomes wider without the face getting bigger. And it's just a really... I personally find it kind of off-putting. Am I alone in that? Like Clefable's animations in stadiums. It is quite bouncy. But as a Pokemon design, I feel... It feels like such a... Like, look at these two next to each other. This one is cute and huggable, and I want to raise it. This one just kind of... It gives me weird vibes. No thank you. Vulpix is great. Maybe... What more do you want me to say? It doesn't quite have... Well... Maybe down here, actually. Because, like, it's a really solid design of... being based off of the myth of, like, the Kitsune, nine-tailed fox kind of deals. But I do kind of wish that it communicated the fire a little stronger. Like, maybe make it so that its eyes are glowing, or maybe, like, its feet are superheated. I guess the tail is kind of billowing like flames. I'll put it above Caterpie. No, I won't. Caterpie's adorable. Like, it doesn't have what Ninetales does, where the bright red eyes give it that kind of feeling of psychic abilities, and the tail tips give just enough of a fiery vibe that you can look at it and be like, oh yeah, that's a fire Pokemon. And let's just throw Ninetales up here real quick, because... God, I love Pokemon that are based off of real-world myths. It gives so much more weight to their designs, you know? Because by being based off of those myths, they kind of automatically inherit a lot of those... just the history behind them, the powers that they have. I could put it below Pikachu, because it doesn't have like the electric... The sprite doesn't do a good job with Pikachu, but knowing that Pikachu, like the Pokemon Yellow box art, where it's like grabbing its cheeks and sparks are flying off of them, does a better job of embodying the elements slash creature combo there. Put it above Zard. I do really love the design as a baseline. And, you know, I do wish Charizard did a little bit more with the evolution of Charmander, Charmeleon, Charizard. Like, again, maybe make the wings on fire or the crest as well. Lord getting cursed if you try to play... Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll do it after that. Because, like, that's the thing. If you tie them into myths, you inherit so many more of those, like, curses and the gods associated with them and just the stories around the myths. And that just all gets added to the like, weight of the design. Vulpix looks warm and that's it. Yeah, I totally agreed, totally agreed. I actually want to read some Ninetales, but this feels like a good Pokedex one. One of its many tails. Yeah, because just stuff like that. You get so much more to work with. Keep you alive for 1,000 years. Yeah. Don't think it gets over Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, Venusaur for me though. Like that is just the perfect evolution line for me. Jigglypuff gets the same issue, well, not quite the same issue as Clefairy, because I feel like Jigglypuff commits a little stronger towards what it's trying to be by embracing the balloon and the diva kind of singer vibes. Like, it's still a very kind of nothing design, but like it gives off a lot more personality. Fun fact that Jigglypuff, the anime, became friends with a Whismur with the soundproof ability so he didn't fall asleep. This might be anime bias, because, like, yeah, Jigglypuff is such a fun character. I think its design in Pokemon is just okay, but, like, it's still good. Abstracted mascot syndrome. How much does Puff's stats... That's kind of where my brain is at right now. Because, like, Jigglypuff has had so much done for it that you can picture every little way this Pokemon moves and how it emotes that you don't get for a lot of these Pokemon. Like, I bet you if something like... I don't know, Nidorina was in Smash Brothers, I'd put it a lot higher just because I'd be able to envision more of what it does. I'm kind of just trying to compare it to... I think there. I don't feel good putting Jigglypuff in shiny tier, but I'll put it next to the other, like, Caterpie Vulpix kind of deal, where they're great designs. I just want more from them for what Pokemon is. I think I'll put her above, because I feel like she embodies what she's trying to do much better. I can go on. Nah, I like her more than Beedrill. Beedrill's traffic cone arms look too weird to me. Wigglytuff does indeed have the same Clefable issue, but I'd say to a lesser extent. I put it like around here-ish. Because it's still at least visually appealing to me. Like, I don't feel like as much is lost from the transition from Jigglypuff to Wigglytuff and then from Clefairy to Clefable. Because Clefable doesn't really have any of the charm of Clefairy, whereas Wigglytuff, like, it's got kind of that Snorlax vibe, where you just kind of want to give it a big hug, use it as a pillow and fall asleep into it. Like, don't get me wrong, it's still absolutely just a stretched Jigglypuff. But since Jigglypuff commits more to a specific design goal, I feel like Wigglytuff isn't as bad by just being a stretched out version of that design goal. You know what I wish it had? I wish it had something like Altaria, where it's kind of got like a cloud thing going with it, maybe for its ears, or maybe like some sort of like diva skirt around it. Because like Jigglypuff is a balloon Pokemon, right? So like I would love it if Wigglytuff became a balloon that like floated so high they became one with the clouds, right? That'd be really good. But yeah, somewhere around here feels right. Like, I don't really feel much of anything towards it, but, like, I don't feel negatively towards it either, like I do Clefable. Oh, gosh. Zubats. Is a Pokemon's design bad if it's frustrating. But if it's supposed to be frustrating, does that make it good? You know what? No, I actually... You know what? I might actually put Zubat up here. I really like a lot of the ideas that Zubat brings to the table. Because it takes like a basic bat and almost makes it kind of insectoid, leech-like. Like little antenna frills instead of feet, and the lamprey-like mouth. Like, this thing is really intimidating. Like, if you saw a swarm of these in real life, you would be terrified. And I feel like for that kind of cave-dwelling-like creature, like, that's a really strong design. Am I actually... Nah, I'm not gonna put it above Sandslash. I'm not that crazy. But, like, I genuinely like Zubat. Golbat, though? Here's a take. I hate Golbat so much. Cause, like, I get the joke. What if it was screaming supersonic, but louder? But it takes all of the cool ideas that Zubat is bringing to the table and just throws every single one of them away. It's no longer blind, the ears aren't as fun, the lamprey mouth is kind of lost just to be like a big chomper. The antenna are gone. It's just... Not only that, but it kind of handicaps what Crobat can be. Because imagine a Crobat that was based off of the ideas that Zubat has right here. Just some kind of, like... I'm picturing almost a... like a StarCraft Zerg evolution kind of deal. Like, Zubat's your Zergling, it's just your small, swarming-like creature, but as the swarm evolves, it becomes stronger, more powerful. Golbat is like a creature that doesn't need a swarm to help it hunt, and then Crobat is something that actively goes at... Like, I kind of almost want, like a Giganox vibe from a potential Crobat, for anybody that's played Monster Hunter out there. Oh, I didn't even... Yeah, the Jumping Fool! Like, the... I hate... Where's a shot with its tongue? What the... Just a random... 2 seconds of an ad. Yeah, I'm not seeing any shots with its tongue, but like the gigantic human tongue, that's... I don't like... That one! Oh god, the red sprite right there. Oh, hello Lilith. Right. That one. God, ugh, that red sprite. The fact that it's got drool coming off of it as well, it's so gross. I can't stand it. Folded Wings Golbat is good. I'll give you that. But, like, that's the vibe I'd want from Golbat. That kind of just slowly become, like, a Dracula-like vampire that's gonna... like a Malfiesto kind of deal. As it stands now, like, this is one of my least favorite Pokemon designs. I want to see a Crobat and Golbat that evolve from this leech-like insectoid Zubat. And I'm not gonna have that, because Golbat is just dumb. Ever seen the edits of Golbat with his mouth? I have not. Golbat mouth shut. Hold on. Oh my god. Thank you for telling me to look that up. That's brilliant. Not in a good way, but it's hilarious. Yeah. Oddish. I absolutely adore using this line. But I think... So, like I said before, that I love Pokemon because it's like this idea of taking like a concept and an ability and fusing them together. Oddish is just the element. I kind of wish it did more with its bottom half, you know? Like, Oddish itself, like, that's an easy... Maybe somewhere, like, right here-ish. Like, it's just, oh, you're just digging through the weeds, you pull one up, and then, like, oh, you just made your new best friend. It's a Mandrake. But it doesn't really... Like, it's just doing the Bulbasaur thing again. And Bulbasaur does it way better. Also, it does the same color, like, scheme with the flower, which is so odd. It's an oddish. Oddish should just be a top tier for its name. It is a very solid name, I'll give you that. I know, I'm absolutely with you there. Gloom tries to do something with, like, the drooling of the nectar. That kind of gives it's that vibe of being, like, part grass, part poison. But then the nectar just goes away with Vileplume, which just leaves Gloom as this odd, gross side evolution. I think I might put Gloom somewhere. And I feel frustrated by it. It's just kind of ew. I wish it did something more with the idea. I'll put it underneath Weedle. I like Weedle a little bit more. Oddish is the perfect answer. Describe a part of your body as a Pokemon. And then Vileplume. Like, don't get me wrong, I adore Vileplume. That is a fantastic Pokemon. As a design, it's... I think it's an Everstone. Somewhere like right here-ish. It's fine. Like, I don't feel unhappy with the evolution. Like, maybe... I should be describing, like... what it could be. Like, maybe if it was turning into a more, like, root vegetable kind of deal. Or maybe, like, vines were extending out, like it was growing roots that it used to walk around with. I don't know. I don't know. I want something more from its bottom half. Oh, hell yes. Paris. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me get to a... I don't need a Pokedex entry to explain this. Paris is an absolutely useless Pokemon. But as a Pokemon design, I absolutely love these two. These two are fantastic ideas. Because, like, it's taking that idea of Bulbasaur into Venusaur, taking the plant extension and the creature that's attached to, but twisting it into a different direction by making this a Cordyceps sort of Pokemon. Because the bug it's attached to is actually slowly being killed by the mushroom on top of it, and as it grows, the mushroom slowly overcomes it and completely takes over the entire creature, and that's so cool! I think Parasect is a little better, just a little bit better than Parasect. I like the gross mouth. Let me get a bigger shot of Parasect. I wish more Pokemon were brave enough to just be this visually unfriendly as Paras is. Yeah, Paras and Parasect, fantastic! Makes me want... one of my most requested Pokemon evolutions is a third stage for Parasect, where the bug dies completely, you lose the bug typing, but it becomes a ghost typing, as the mushroom starts to extend feelers out, reaching out for other hosts to infect further. I feel like that would... Like, if that was a design, I'd put it right next to Blastoise. That could be such a cool design. Like, give me the what's primate? The Infernape evolution for Parasect. That could be so cool. Like it is an extension of Gloom based around the world's stinkiest flower. That's true. That's true. You know what? Yeah, I'll buff Gloom a little bit for that. That's a fun reference. I do still wish it, like, resulted in something, you know? Like the corpse flower influence on Vileplume. I agree, but it's just a corpse flower. I didn't want... Oh, making it a corpse flower and making its bottom half, like, kind of shaped into a skull or something. That'd be so cool. Oh, yeah, Annihilate. Sorry. Infernape's Gen 4. There's a lot of monkeys in this game. Sorry. Yes, Annihilate. The one where Primate gets so angry it dies. Just make Parasect die as well, and for the mushroom to fully take over the dead husk of the bug. Ah. I feel so lukewarm towards this Pokemon. Venonat, right. I couldn't even remember its name off the top of my head for a second there. I'm not fond of Venonat. I'm not gonna put it... It's not... Well, no, I'm not gonna put it that low, because it's not a bad design. I don't hate it. But, like, look at it... Again, look at it right next to Butterfree. If I, like, size this up and Photoshop the rest of it out, it would look identical. Yeah, it's not as bad as Weedle, though. Like, it's got that kind of soot sprite design to it, which is very appealing. I'll put it even higher. Like, it's not a bad design, it's just redundant. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, especially in a game with so many type combinations, you're really gonna do Bug Poison again? Why can't this be, like, Bug Ice, or Bug Fire, or Bug anything? Especially for how late in the game you get it. Like, by that point, you're already gonna have one of the other two. Ah, well, that's for a design staff. I do... Give me a bigger picture. Give me some action shots. Let me see some... more sprites for it. Just gotta... I don't know why the advertisements on Bulbapedia play for a split second and then stop. Ooh. Oh, I do like that sprite. I do like that sprite a lot. It feels inspired by literal Mothman. That's true, but if it's inspired by Mothman, like, this could be so much cooler. I have a theory that poison... Oh, yeah, that's a good... This is another case where Dark-type could be really useful for it. Like, this is another Fearow... second option that I talked about earlier that I'm not... Raticate. Fearow Raticate situation where if this was more tailored around Dark-type, I feel like this could be a really cool design. This is inspired by Moth, more generic cartoon Moth. Yeah. Do I like it more than basic birds? I think I like the design of the basic birds more than them. But I'll put it right there. Yeah. It is another case where I at least appreciate that it's got a more unfriendly looking mouth. Like, it's got that Paris thing. Like, there's an idea there. I like the idea. I just wish it was more. Venomoth. It's another one of those, a little bit of a redundancy kind of deal, but it's also a very... Like, it's literally just a moth, but it's a very appealing looking moth. I like the kind of almost... how its feelers almost look like a rib cage. and how spiky its head is. It kind of gives that feeling of just like, oh yeah, this thing's dangerous. This is poison. It's gonna bring death to you. I think of the bugs. I don't feel good about putting any of these bugs into shiny tier, because it's just a bug. I'd want something more from a Pokemon design. Yeah, I agree, Potted Plant. I like the distinctions it has in, like, textures from the other bugs. It doesn't give you poison vibes, it seems more like pure bug. I can see that, yeah. Where do I put you? I feel like the traffic cones of Beedrill are weirder, but the Venomoth is just a tiny bit blander as a design. But yes, a Butterfree. I like you more than Butterfree Venomoth. But yeah. Do I though? I don't think so. No, I think Butterfree gives off more personality than Venomoth. I kind of talked earlier about being able to emote. I think it's the eyes for me. I get a bigger view. I'm not as fond of the giant human eyes. If this kept the Butterfree sort of compound eyes deal, I think I'd like it a lot more. Yeah, it's definitely the eyes. Now that I'm saying this out loud. It's too locked in that single expression. Actually, other action shots of Venomoths emoting a bit more. Let me see this in motion. Give me a sprite. Yeah, especially the 3D model. Well, looking at the 3D models for a lot of these Pokemon is a disservice. But it's too head empty for me. Does that make sense? I'm gonna put it right here. Yeah, I think this is where Venomoth goes. Is it? I'm just slowly second-guessing myself, going further and further down the list. Do I like Venomoth more than Venonat? Let's ask that question. I don't think so. I think Venonat has more personality than Venomoth. Again, it's very redundant, but it's got unnerving dead glass-like eyes from Venomoth. I can see that, but if we're going for the unnerving curse design, like, there's so much more you could do with something like this. Again, dark typing might have really served this design. I'd love to see, like, a regional variant with dark typing. Maybe come back to that one. Well, we'll be going through a lot of this, and probably at the end, we get organizing things. Oh god, how do I even rank Diglett? Also, I'm gonna skip this song. This has been looping for way too long. Oh, this is just all trainer appears things. Oh god. Go to skip those. There we go. Diglett, though. How do you rank the creature design equivalent of a shitpost? Because this might be... Diglett is in contention for probably the most simplistic Pokemon design ever. Like, yeah, I know, you got all your electrodes and stuff, but... Like, it's... God, how do I rank you? Because on one hand, you're such a nothing design. But if you were more complex, I wouldn't like you as much. Oh, gosh. I will say that I do hate Dugtrio. Like, these kinds of evolutions of just like, oh, it's the same Pokemon, but it's 3 of them. Yeah, no, get that out of here. I can't stand that. Have some courage and evolve into something that's an actual Pokemon. Diglett itself, though. Gosh. You do amuse me a lot. And you are technically a mole, which is a pretty decent ground-type Pokemon. The entire, like, Diglett Cave kind of deal with the whole, like, what's the signature ability that Digletts have that makes it so you can't run away? That really adds to the ground typing in a weird way, because it actually feels like it's oh my gosh, burying you. Goodness gracious. Arena Trap. Yeah. I do genuinely like Arena Trap. It's a really cool addition to it. But, like, it's so... It's just a potato! Can I put... It's a potato with a cherry... It's a cherry bomb. I guess it's kind of similar to Oddish in this way. It's so simplistic, but it's just a little friend. Yeah, I think somewhere like... It hurts to put it as a better ground typing than Sandshrew, but I do think... Gosh, Sandshrew in this weird case that I want it to keep evolving into something cooler. Whereas Diglett is just kind of this perfect little joke Pokemon. How would I make a Diglett evolution? Good question. How would I make a Diglett evolution? So it's a mole, right? It's just burrowing through the ground. I think instead of 3, I'd just make it... Like, I'd stretch it either longer or wider. Have you seen the Pokemon fusions of Diglett with Diglett, and it's just a larger Diglett? I think this is a case where I just want something bigger. Yeah, you can do the Clefairy thing with Diglett, and I think it would be absolutely hilarious. If there were more Pokemon like Diglett, I wouldn't like it. Yeah. If this was constant, it'd be annoying, but as it is, it's fine. I don't like it as much as Zubat. So I move Zubat up? Is that the answer there? I think so, yeah. I like the ideas that Zubat's bringing forward more than I do Sandshrew. There, maybe? It's just that tier list thing where you just kind of start like moving it next to things and be like, oh, how does this feel? How does this feel? It's such an odd case for a Pokemon. I feel like it has to be on the right side of this bell curve. I can't put it in HM Slave. I find it too amusing for that. Yeah, I think this feels good. It's not quite to this bottom of B tier of being like, yeah, you're kind of good. But actually, you know what? You know what? Get down here. The only reason I get you is to immediately evolve you into Nidoking. I don't want to keep you at all, Nidorino. Sorry. Yeah, this I can satisfy. I can wait for that. That's all right. Oh yes, Meowth. Oh, this is like somewhere up here, bare minimum. This is a great way to do like a normal type Pokemon, because it's taking the creature and doesn't have an element to grab onto, so it instead takes a theme and just latches onto that. In this case, being like this kind of Egyptian cat bass kind of coin kind of deal going on, and I think it's fantastic. Even without the anime, like, this thing has so much personality, partially due to that kind of almost mythological tie that it has, but also just because it's so expressive. Let me get some sprites. So look at this little guy. I love this guy so much. Like, all of Meowth's sprites are just so full of life. And then you get into the 30 ant models, and it's just abysmal, but that's true for all of them. Why do we suffer? Just to suffer. I don't think it's quite S tier, but I think it's a very solid design. I feel like the fact that it doesn't look quite like a cat makes it work. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's enough. It's tied enough between the animal and the theme it's got to still feel like a creature design without falling into being a full-on character. Like, you can imagine a Meowth having any range of the human emotion. And again, a big part of that is because of the anime. Casey arc. Meowth is great too bad, dislike its regional forms. Yeah, I'm not as fond of the regional forms either. Berserker's okay. But the Alolan one especially, I can't stand the Alolan one. And you know, what a way to take such a fun design and just neuter it into the ground. I don't like Persian. Like, it does have the little gem in its forehead that kind of still gets that Bast vibe going on. But it loses so much by evolving. Doesn't have anywhere close to the variety of colors, which makes it a lot less fun of a design. It's just cat. And it's so much less expressive. Say Persian is a bad design. I agree. It's like the person gets rid of the coin. I agree as well. You know what? Would I put it down? You know what? Yeah! I put it all the way down in F tier. This is one of the worst evolutions in this game. You could probably convince someone that person isn't a Pokemon. No, but you're right. You're absolutely right. Do you prefer Kanto Persian or the Alolan? God, do I prefer... Can I just say no? Because, like, they both just kind of suck. They both have the same problem. Just one is more round. Oh, God, this is the victory in it. Let's skip this. Because that's going to loop and get annoying real fast. It's funny how it took for Gen 8 to get a good Meowth evolution. Yeah, and it doesn't even work with the baseline Meowth. So, you know, to be fair, though, Meowth doesn't really need an evolution. It's such a strong design on its own. Psyduck. Oh, Psyduck's an interesting one. Because I like a lot of what Psyduck has going for. I'm going to put it right next to Jigglypuff for now. And just kind of think out loud for a second. Because on one hand, I just love this rubber duck-looking doofus. I love the lore behind its psionic abilities being based on its just being unable to contain it, and that's why it's always so goofy and constantly confused. Kind of a sad Pokemon when you think about it. But on the other hand, it's so basic. It's another one of those water-type Pokemon where it's just water-type because it's a water-type Pokemon. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Psyduck isn't even a psychic Pokemon, right? Yeah. Does it even become one with Golduck? Why doesn't it become one with Golduck? Why are they not water psychic? That's so weird. It's such an odd... Like, I love the idea it's putting forward here, but it's kind of putting forward the bare minimum with the idea, if that makes any sense. Give me some Pokedex entries. It's vacant left. This while Pokemon uses psychic connect powers. Always torn by hex. Your second is not known if it intends to do so. Like, I love this accidental power kind of vibe from it. That's a really fun theme to give to a Pokemon design. I can't even remember having used its power. That's so fun. Because being psychic type in general is a privilege, I guess. Yeah, I guess so. I'm not putting you above Vulpix. That's a hard wall for me. You know what? This might actually be fine. Love the idea of the ugly duckling, but for combat. I can see that. Yeah, I think this feels fine. Like, it's a good fun design. I'm having a hard time saying what more I'd want from it. It kind of feels like a bit of a joke, which it's supposed to, and This might be a weird case where I feel like Psyduck would be a better Pokemon if it was introduced in a later generation, like with 3D models where it could actually... If something changed when it used its powers... Maybe its brain inflated into some, like, big brain meme or something like that. Or if it became, like, translucent or just did, like, some sort of, like, Wukong floating pose or something. That to be able to express this a little more through animation. I don't know. I feel like there's more that could be done with the idea. Golduck is pretty cool. I like the idea that now that the super confused Psyduck has mastered its power, it becomes significantly cooler. Not as fond of the abrupt color change. It's got the Persian gem, which I like as well. It gives it the sense of, like, now it's got a focus for it to use its powers through. The fact that it's not a psychic type is still so weird, though. And I do feel like it loses a bit of the charm of Psyduck at the same time. God, what do I feel about these two Pokemon? The fact that it isn't gold. I actually kind of love that. That kind of Iceland-Greenland relationship between the two. Psyduck is the one that can't use its psychic powers well. Golduck is the one that isn't gold. That's really funny. Give me some more... Give me some sprites for Golduck. Oh god, the Gen 1 design! I feel like the design is missing something. Maybe like ridges along its back or something. Well, then it wouldn't be a platypus if it was that. I feel like I'm looking at like a Mickey Mouse universe character without any clothes on, and it's weirding me out. Like, Donald Duck, why don't you have your shirt on right now? Feels like a yeah, it feels like Charmander without a Charizard to evolve into. Right below, above Psyduck, maybe. Yeah, let's figure this out. Which one of these do I feel stronger towards? I don't feel like Golduck becomes cool enough to offset the hilarity of Psyduck, so I think it's definitely below Psyduck. Frankly, I just kind of feel nothing towards good. Yeah, I just... There's not enough there to feel strongly towards. Golduck is so close to being awesome conceptually. It's great with the Kappa inspirations, but just does nothing with it. I think we got Lotad later to retry the concept. Yeah. Just needs a fedora. Parry the Golduck. I don't think it's bad. It's just... Somewhere around there, maybe. Yeah, the next to Nidoqueen. Another design where I just kind of... You're not bad, but I want more from you. I can't really put to words what that is. This is the new Greninja. Where our Smash tier list had Greninja. We have Golduck here. Golduck is the wall of just being like, yeah, you're fine, but like, do more, please. Yeah, maybe come back to that later. Mankey. I don't like Mankey. I think Mankey's a frustration for me. Somewhere around there, yeah. I don't like how squished it is. It's got like the weird pig nose with the arms that are always bent at right angles, which has always looked so bizarre to me. Fighting type in general is one that has just never really clicked with me. Because I get the rest of them, how they're tied into the wider world building, but when you get things like... How do I put this? I could never see, like, a David Attenborough documentary going like, oh yes, and here you can see a pack of Machoke's doing pull-ups in their natural habitat. Like, it's just... There's this disconnect of fighting types from the rest of... which is probably just how humanoid they are. I get this disconcerting feeling when a Machop evolves into a Machoke, and be like, okay, you're too close to a human for me. I don't feel good stuffing you in a Pokeball and, like, using you for... like, labor or fighting. This feels like, do fighting types need rights? Is this something that the Pokemon universe needs to tackle? I need like a reason for them to exist. Like maybe the spirit of competition is so strong in the Pokemon universe that it takes physical form or something like that. I don't know. Fighting types are a weird outlier for me where they feel disconnected from the rest of the Pokemon world. And I like to save this Pokemon line for me because I've always disliked making... Yeah, me too. I just... I feel nothing towards these designs, and and Mankey especially just feels off-putting to me. Oh no, I can absolutely imagine a Discovery Channel show about like most of these Pokemon. Anything from most of Everstone's and Shiny's upwards. Like it's Pokemon Snap. Just seeing how these elemental creatures live out in the world. Give the rest a second. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Psychic types, at least I can get the sense that there's some otherworldly. Psychic types feel smart enough that they're letting you use them. Fighting types, I guess they could beat their trainers up if they want to. I don't know. Doesn't Machoke's belt keep its muscles from exploding or something? Yeah, which is just... That's so specific. I do like Primeape a little bit more. I put this in HM Slave. I don't hate this design. Like, the monkey that's pretending to be angry is actually angry now. And knowing that Annihilate, when it exists later down the line, does a lot for that design. But it's still... I've never used a Mankey in a game. I've felt no desire to use a Mankey. Even stuff like Magnemite and the more artificial ones? Yeah, absolutely, because this is a world where rapid evolution takes place. So it makes sense for volatile environments like that to slowly grow with life. I'd say less so for... like, ones that are more one-to-one translations with real-world objects, but things like Magnemite, like... It's clearly the magnet Pokemon, but there's more to it than that. It's some weird drone-like creature that has arisen around power plants, attracted to that kind of energy, and can feed off of that energy. I don't know. Again, a big part of why I'm doing this is so I can articulate this properly. Growlithe. Oh god, I love Growlithe so much, but it kind of feels like another Vulpix situation where I kind of just... I would want more from you. To, like, illustrate that you're a fighter type. Sorry. Starting to get some phlegm in the throat. I've been talking for a while. Yeah, putting Vulpix and Growlithe next to each other makes sense to me. Like, they are the goodest of boys. If I could have a Pokemon, it would be a Growlithe. It's like 15 hours to place, but Craig tied the Poker's tier. I think I'd put... Nah, I like the mythological ties of Vulpix too much to put it above. Like, I love my Tiger Puppy, indeed. But as a design, it's good. Arcanine, though? Oh, I want to put Arcanine in S tier. I really do. Because, like, this is another, like, Ninetales part where it's based off of mythology, right? It's a Shisa from Chinese mythology. And it's such a cool design. I love my fire tiger dog. But can I put it up here without being just so biased? I want to put it right there, but I feel like Ninetales shows off more than its fire than Arcanine does. Well, it does have the fur shooting off as if it gives it both the idea of speed and maybe fire coming off of it. Let me see some action shots of Arcanine. What's preventing you from putting it in S tier? The fact that Hisuian Arcanine exists. Like, taking that design and making it so you literally see smoke billowing off of it, that's so sick. And it commits harder to the Shisa design. Oh no, I love the Chinese temple statue dog inspiration. I absolutely adore that. I just think the Hisuian evolutions do it better. You scroll down. Bulbapedia is struggling right now. put you right here. No, above Charizard. Somewhere right here will do well. Ah, gosh. No, I'm just gonna be biased. I love Arcanine too much. I can't not. I love the mythological inspiration for these two Pokemon. It's so good. Yeah, I'm biased. Sue me. Oh gosh. Okay. Poliwhirl, Poliwrath, and Poliwag. I did not say those in the correct order. Bulbapedia is just breaking right now. Oh my gosh. I can't even close. There we go. Okay. We'll give it a second and then open it up later. Assuming Arcanine is kind of mid? I don't know if I could agree with that. I will say, as a 3D model, I don't like Hisuian Arcanine as much, but when you take the artwork, like this as a baseline design, gosh, that's so cool. I love the smoke effect so much on that thing. Hisuian Growlithe, I'd be with you. Hisuian Growlithe tries too hard. I don't know. I like the Shisa too much. But anyway, Poliwag. I know what they're supposed to be. It's the whole glass frog deal. The internal spiral is supposed to be like its intestines. But it doesn't really do anything with that idea. Why is it there? It's just because it is. Don't ask questions. Why is it in a spiral? Is it like a hypnotic kind of Pokemon? Is it a psychic type? No, because psychic types can't be with water. Why its signature move is hypnosis? Yeah, but it's... Nothing about this Pokemon design screams hypnosis to me. Well, I mean, apart from the obvious, but like for what? Oh, I need to explain this better because that sounded so stupid. It's being a fighting type like this and wanting to punch you in the face feels so weird with the hypnosis kind of deal it's got going for it. For that kind of design, it feels like it's going in two separate directions. Does that make any sense? I barely ever even think about these Pokemon. Why? What do I feel? I think Poliwag is somewhere in HM slave for me, because it doesn't do... Like, it's just a tadpole. Like, another water-type Pokemon that's just an aquatic creature. Like, it's so... I get that it's a tadpole, but it's so... nothing. Not gonna front it. Poliwrath is one of the weakest fighting types design-wise. I'd agree. In fact, I'm gonna toss Poliwrath somewhere down here. I really don't like Poliwrath. It just gets slightly... They took a gas pump to it and, like, pumped it 7 times, and they're like, you know what? Yeah, that's enough. That's an evolution. Love Poliwrath because it's a stone evolution. It needs human intervention to want to beat you up. I can see that, but if that was the case, I'd want Poliwrath to be so much more. It just gets a bit bigger and that's it. Like, nah, come on. Maybe a color change. Taking the quirks of its real-life inspiration, making it a natural defense mechanism. Something's off for these Pokemon. I'm trying to figure... You know what it is for these Pokemon? They feel less like Pokemon and more like a blue Kirby just used the mouthful mode on a hypnotic kind of deal. I don't know. Pendants. That's the word I was looking for. They're too... You know what? I think I don't like the... I don't think I like this Pokemon line. Because, like, here's... This might be another weird case where I think a later Pokemon design would have gotten this idea around better. Because, like, you know how frogs work, where if when they croak, their throat inflates? Imagine when a 3D model of a Pokemon croaked, that's where the hypnotic pattern was. So you can have it first be a defense mechanism for a Poliwhirl, that would just have it croak, inflate, and then all of a sudden you're hypnotized. Oh, wow, oh no. Then as it slowly gets bigger, the Poliwrath will actually start using it offensively to croak and then start punching you in the face. This isn't a criticism, but why is it when there's always fighting frogs, they punch? This is a thing in multiple works of media, and I've never understood it because, like, frogs are known for, like, they're jumping. Shouldn't they be kicking over anything else? I've never understood that. Hypnotoad, exactly. Focus on the Wrath Pirate's name in some sort of way. Yeah, I don't... It feels... Like, I was talking before about how Pokemon feel like this marriage of an element and a theme. Poliwrath, like, the entire line, doesn't really feel like a marriage. It kind of just feels like they were both, like, placed together and just nothing was done to... Well, no, because they're glass frogs, so, like, the ideal was there. It's just such a literal interpretation that it kind of just loses me, you know? I'd want it more... The idea they're going for here to be more integrated into the design. I don't know. I'm just disappointed because this isn't the Temple line and is much better than that line. Yeah, if you took, like, a cross between those two lines, I feel like what you'd end up with, like, you met somewhere in the middle, I'd love that Pokemon. Or a mythical reason for the... What kind of fighting frogs do you know of? I remember watching a nature documentary where frogs will protect their larvae from insects by just kicking them in the face. That's literally all I know about, but it's something there. I'm looking at a Pokedex entry real quick, see if it helps. Just bow smaller purposely, and then makes its escape. It's a design that's trying too hard, for lack of a better way of putting it. I don't know. Oh, you mean from Fire Frogs Media? The Cuphead brothers. Brothers Croak, I think is what they're called. I know I've seen other examples. That's just what immediately pops into mind, because it's Cuphead, and I love Cuphead. I'm honestly kind of considering if I want to drop them even further. I feel so... I think Wrath, I do. It's a disappointing evolution for me. Like, at least this feels like a natural extension from Poliwag, even though there's nothing really froggy about Poliwhirl apart from the eyes. Poliwrath, though, that's just a lazy evolution. I don't like it. The fact that the Breeding Forest theme is playing right now isn't helping either. It's just keeping me in this kind of like, okay, I need to really ponder for a moment here. What do I really feel about these Pokemon? I will say I like Poliwhirl more than these two. Like, it's weird, but it's kind of goofy. Yeah, it's a C tier. I don't really like it, but it's... I laugh at it. That makes sense, and that does bring some joy to me. Yeah, this feels better to me. This feels better to me. I'm skipping the Peter Steve. This is making me... This is slowing down my brain. Abra's S tier. Abra's an easy S tier. Gosh, what a perfect psychic Pokemon. It feels so... Like, this is the vibe I kind of wanted from Clefairy. It's just this weird, unknown, constantly teleporting around. Doesn't even seem to be, like, on the same plane of sentient understanding as you. Constantly sleeping, constantly floating around. This is such a 10 out of 10 psychic Pokemon. Having, like, that fox going... Having that kind of... Keaton mask kind of inspiration as well. Kind of whole Kitsune thing again. Like, it's so good. And having like the weird kind of... This is one of the weird cases where I feel like the armor on a Pokemon actually helps it, because it just feels so disconnected from regular ecosystems, but also still fitting in at the same time. It's so bizarre. Like the insectoid little plate, but it's so good. I think I like it more than Charizard. Don't like it as much as my Cordyceps boys, but it's such a good Pokemon. Which is weird because I feel like maybe this is a hot take, but I don't feel like Kadabra or Alakazam are as strong. I get the obvious inspirations, like it's the Yuri Lowenthal whole thing of bending the spoons and all that. But for how strong of a design Abra is... How do I put this? The baby Pokemon is constantly doing a more... Did I say... How do I say that? Put this. It's doing a more impressive feat of psychic ability just as a baseline than these two ever do, because they're so... focused on bending... Wait! No, you're right! It's Yuri Geller! Not the... Yes, Yuri Lowenthal, famously known for his psychic abilities to bend spoons. Yuri Geller. Yes. Thank you. That's the correct person. Yuri Lowenthal's the voice actor. Oh, that completely threw off my train of thought. Where was I even? But where Abra feels like this completely otherworldly entity, Kadabra and Alakazam both feel way more grounded, and not really in a good way. The designs are also kind of a bit scattered. Like, you get Kadabra with all these... like the red markings and the giant tail, and then Alakazam just completely loses that idea. I don't know where to put these. Somewhere around here, maybe? I think they're at least B's for me. Yeah, somewhere around here-ish. I get that same Nidoqueen Gold, that kind of deal. Except now contrasted with Just the perfection of Abra. Appreciate the sagely facial hair. Yeah, sagely facial hair. Yeah, it's not bad. Kadabra is still reminiscent of the Abra design because it looks more fox-like. Yeah. Gosh, I want more from them. Or maybe it's just that they went in a different... It's kind of a Blastoise deal, where I feel like this one idea the line is having outshines the rest of them. Like, for Abra, it's the first evolution, which makes it weird. I'd almost like it more if Kadabra, Alakazam, Mega Alakazam was a separate evolutionary line, and then Abra was just this weird cosmic entity. I don't know. That might not work. It's just me, or does Kadabra feel more like a final evolution than Alakazam? Like, right, there's this bizarre, like, constant misdirection with these two Pokemon. I think I might leave them here. I don't feel A tier for them. I don't feel that strongly towards them. Adore Kadabra's KO. Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh god, Machop. Like I said with the, with Mankey and Primeape, fighting types in general have this bizarre disconnect for me with the wider world of Pokemon around them. Whereas they just... taking a square block and trying to fit it through a circular hole, it just doesn't mesh with me. Machop, I think, is okay. Like, it's... there's still a mild discomfort throwing one of these in the Pokeball, being like, oh yeah, I'm not enslaving a child to take part in animal fights, am I? What's happening here? But I get the idea of what they're going for, obviously. You're just trying up a little fighter to be this massive pro wrestler kind of deal. But it's never clicked with me for what I'm making this tier list around, and I don't really know where to put them because of that. Machop, you can see as an animalistic. Yeah, it's got enough animalistic creatures. Like, it's got the tail, it's got the weird crests. Its head is kinda reptilian. I think it's definitely an HM slave for me. Somewhere around... I like the birds, but I like Venonat better too. Somewhere around there, yeah. It has weird gill nipples, it's fine. But then Machoke and Machamp. Machoke's design has always amused me, because it loses the tail, but gains a Speedo. Which kind of just naturally asks the question of, like, okay, but where did the tail go? It's just such a bizarre... I do like how its muscles seem to almost be bulging out of its skin. It still's got the, like, reptilian features. And the belt. I've never liked Pokemon that evolve with human clothing. That's such a bizarre... To imitate human clothing, yeah, sure, fine, but... Suddenly we have magically created a belt that holds back its power, which is something that's... You'd be fine with Machoke if there are no wild Machoke. Yeah, I could see that. If it's something that had to happen on purpose... But you see, like, if you're going through Let's Go, and you just see a Machoke wandering around, it is the weirdest looking thing. do say I'm not sleeping cello to put him in HM Slave. Yeah, exactly. I don't like the questions that arise from Pokemon wearing clothing. Dr. Zeus puts it perfectly. I get the same vibe I get from a lot of recent designs where I feel like they're pretty good on their own, but they feel weird in the context of Pokemon. Like, if this was made to be more... like, I don't know. If you get rid of Mankey and just make this a monkey line where you're basically just training up Donkey Kong until it becomes Goro Donkey Kong, that would be great. I'd love that. But they're so human, while also not, that it just feels off. I think I'm going to put them... Yeah, actually, you know what I'm going to do? Okay, now how do I... Designs weird Pokemon? Sure, something like that. I think that's the best way of putting it. And we'll make you this color. Because it's this odd feeling where I would want... like, it's definitely a negative feeling from me, but it's not a... in a way that I think they're a bad design. I think Pokemon just need... I'd want Pokemon to do a little bit more to integrate them into the world. Like how I said, like maybe the spirit of competition comes to life in Pokemon in the same way that ghosts come back to life, or in the same way that psychic power arises. Something like that. He do got the DDD beak though, but like... there's too much more... it's just, they're just such weird outliers. If I was making this a video, I'd like edit them over here. To the side of the Pokemon, to the side of the tier list or something. Because Tyrock kind of... I don't know, I'm not fond of the Hitmon line either. Yeah, I think I'm just going to leave them there for now. Bellsprout. I do like Bellsprout. Again, it's kind of taking that Bulbasaur, Venusaur, Ivysaur, not in that order, strike that, don't quite reverse it, but you know what I mean. I think this is... I like the kind of Fey sprite thing they're doing with Bellsprouts. It's kind of like one of those twig creatures. I can't remember what the twig creatures are called in D&D, but you know what I'm talking about. But I don't think it evolves as strongly as these S-tier, grass-tier designs. One thing, Weepinbell's just kind of there. I might actually be a bit frustrated by Weepinbell. Because, let me get Victreebel up here as well. Because I think Victreebell's such a cool design. That's just a bit off to me. It's got a kind of, Little Shop of Horrors, like here's a plant that's gonna eat you kind of vibe. But I feel like it doesn't get enough creature into that. Like, something I've always thought about for Victreebel is I'd love it if it was one of those... if its body was built in a kind of way like the, what's the Pikmin boss? What the spider-like boss that constantly stomps around. I'd love it if Victreebel had a body like that with legs on either side, and then it still got this like vine-like stinger kind of deal. And it would just grab things and drop them into the pitcher in the center of its body. I look at Victory Bell and I want more creature from it. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'm gonna stew on this for a little bit. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Where was I? Oh yeah, Bellsprout line. Again, Bellsprout feels good. It's like it's trying to create another idea with like, okay, taking the elements, taking a creature, moving it together, creating this kind of plant sprite kind of deal. But then Weeping Bell just kind of loses it altogether. It becomes just the plant with the weird googly eyes, and I get it's a pitcher plant, but those still look like lips, and that's always weirded me out. I'm gonna get some other images of... No, the googly eyes, they look like they were just plastered on there. You know what it is? It kind of feels like another one of those Pokemon lines where there's a split between what you want to pick, with Oddish and to Vileplume kind of being the more adorable pick, whereas Bellsprout to Victory Bell kind of feels the more aggressive, monstrous choice, which Victory Bell gets great, but Weeping Bell is just weird. You know, I don't think I'm quite frustrated by it. I just don't know what... Something right here, maybe? No. I don't like you. I think Victory Bell has a cool... Just such a cool idea. Like, Victory Bell is so intimidating. Especially when you see its sprites that can move. 1 second. Yes, look at that. It's so intimidating. But at the same time, it's kind of just a plant with eyes, and I wish there was a little bit more creature there. Again, the, beady longlegs, that's what it's called. Thank you, Baki. Yeah, because, like, imagine if that did have the legs and the tendril at the same time. Like, it could actually actively hunt after you. I look at this thing and I wonder, how the hell do you move? Nah, you're good there. It's still a cool design. I just... Yeah, this feels right to me. It's... I love the idea behind you, I feel like they'd be taken so much further. What if they'd be more scary if they had no eyes? Maybe? Some of them know, like, a weeping bell without eyes is just a pitcher plant. Maybe if they weren't traditional eyes. Maybe a spider's eyes, or just in weird places. Like there's an eye at the end of the tendril. I don't know. You know what I like for Weeping Bell? Make it so that it's a bell sprout that has its head has grown so large that it can't hold it up anymore. But make it so the body is still there, and the legs that Bellsprout has become hands that it uses to drag itself along the ground. That'd look really intimidating, and would naturally evolve into Victory Bell becoming more of a long legs kind of deal where it's actively hunting after you. That'd be really cool. Okay, yeah. Now that I have like a idea of what I'd like more. Yeah, okay, these lessons feel better to me now. Tentacool. This is some... Okay, so you know I've been talking about with, like, the water-type Pokemon, so they're just aquatic creatures? This is what I wish more of them did, because it recognizes that, yeah, this is just a water-type Pokemon, so let's add an extra theme here. So they make Tentacool and Tentacruel more alien-esque creatures. It's not quite as pronounced with Tentacool, although I do still think it's really good. In fact, it's the... I think I like Tentacool quite a lot, actually. I might actually put that in shiny tier. I think it's a sick... Yeah, I think it's a sick design. Tentacruel, though? Easy S tier. Tentacruel's so fucking cool. I love how much it looks like just this alien UFO with the pincers that are just gonna abduct you and absorb you into it. It's such a sick design. I think I should look more than Abra. Tentacle doesn't quite capture that to me. It has the idea there. In fact, it's just kind of, it's neat. Might be down in Everstone. There. Yeah, that feels better. That feels better to me. Tentacruel, though, doesn't need a third evolution. This is immune to the second evolution curse. Just lays itself up, nails it, and doesn't need a follow-through whatsoever. Fun fact, Tentacruel is partially inspired by 1950s B-movie horror movie. Yeah, I can see it. It looks great because of it. Yeah, that's easy. That's an easy placement. Geodude. I mean, you wanted a rock Pokemon. You succeeded. It's in the Rattata Pidgey range. I just kind of feel nothing towards it. I'll leave you right there for right now. Think about it for a second. Pokemon lines tend to go from cute to cool, which kind of leaves the midpoint evolution in a weird place in between most of the time. Weeping Bell is to that to the biggest extreme. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I feel like they would have benefited from committing the line to a more, like, intimidating angle. What's your thoughts on the Gen 9 Tentacold? Let me remind myself what Tentacold looks like. Because I know it exists. Toadscroll is what it's called, yeah. Not as strong. Like, it's still got the same vibe going for it, but it's not as strong of a design. Tentacruel's one of those Pokemon that I feel nobody really constantly thinks about, but will always end up loving the more they actually think about it. Right? It's so good. Gosh, you're such a weird Pokemon. I think I'm going to leave you right there and come back to it later. Graveler? I think this is one of the ugliest Pokemon designs that has ever existed. Graveler is hideous. I'm not going to put... Actually, hold on. I'm not going to put you underneath Golbat because I feel like Golbat ruins ideas. But Graveler is just... Ew. Like, am I wrong for thinking that this design would look so much better if the outer arms just weren't there? Like, just make it a pure boulder Pokemon that would make it naturally evolve into the literal boulder of Golem. It's just got so many random... Like, it's got that weird crest kind of thing coming off the boulder, but it's still also just a boulder, so it looks just so out of place. And then Golem is cool, but also very scrunched. I think it's still a good design, but this is one of those Pokemon where you look at the sprites, and they're all just at various degrees of quality. Like the Gen 4 and 5 designs, those are sick. But then you see the 3D models, and by God, they look so bad. I think it's kind of like sumo. Like, yeah, look at that. That's so cool. I think I would put Golem here-ish. Golem's almost what I'd want Sandshrew to... No, not quite. I'd want Sandshrew to be more elongated. But, like, it's got the idea, right, of a cool rock ground Pokemon. Fun fact, Golem is not only based on, well, a Golem, but also the Tsuchikorabi, a yokai known for rolling over travelers and crushing them. Yeah, it's literally the rocks fall, party dies of Pokemon. The rolling boulder. Remember hearing a theory where because Graveler and Machoke evolved from trading Evos, Graveler loses the forearms that Machop gets while Golem gets the Machoke lizard's face. It's just lost in the translation. Oh, that's so good. Oh, I really love that idea. Shame there's not that same interaction between Gengar and Alakazam. That'd be so funny. I'm sure that's never been confirmed, but I love that theory. That's such a fun theory. There are weird design parallels between the Machop line and the Geodude line. It feels like kind of bits and pieces were scavenged from each other to evolve each other. It's weird. This is... Hold on, let me change the music. This is another short loop. There we go. There we go. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I don't feel strong enough about Golem to put it any higher. It is just a boulder with a face, but it's a cool boulder with a face. Ponyta and Rapidash are Pokemon I should like way more. Because, like, they're doing the whole thing I've been talking about this entire time. Like, they're taking the creature, they're taking the element, they're fusing them together. They arguably do that better than the other two evolution fire-type designs that we have here. Something about them, though, just doesn't click with me. Let me see more pictures of them. Maybe it's the coloration? And maybe that's just because I'm so used to Nightmares, the myth that Ponyta are based off of, to be just jet black. Like, hold on a second, let me grab a... Nightmare horse. Yeah, this is what I'm used to when it comes to the concept of a fire horse. So seeing something like Ponyta kind of feels like, oh, okay. But like, they're still good fire types. based off of... Is it because it's skin color? Do they just look naked? I don't know, there's something off-putting there. Rapidash feels like a really bare minimum idea to what you're referring to. Yeah, that might be it too, because like like fire horses have been depicted in so many different things, and it's just what it is. When you compare that to the likes of Vulpix, Ninetales, Growlithe, Arcanine, that are clearly based off of myths that have to work to get there. Like, is it weird if I look at Ninetales, Arcanine, and Rapidash, and these two feel like more of fire types, even though Rapidash is literally on fire? No, kind of bland. They kind of just slap fire into a pony and you. Yeah, yeah. I think Ponyta is still... Feels like they're missing one extra detail to become cool. I agree. How would you ride a Rapidash? Carefully. You would ride it very carefully. Rapidash. Rapidash really weirds me out, because why is its horn the same color as the rest of it? That has always bothered me. I think Rapidash is down here somewhere. I'm really not fond of Rapidash. Yeah, somewhere around here, I think. Now, is the Galarian one where they're literally just unicorns better or worse? I feel like the Galarian forms are better. Because yes, they're just unicorns, but they actually, like, commit to that a little harder. If only because they actually have some interesting color choices to them. They give Ponyta the horn, they give Rapidash the horn. The horns are a different color. Yeah, they're still kind of weak, but they commit harder to that idea than the fire versions commit to being fire horses. Yeah, something like this. I respect Beedrill more than that. I respect Beedrill more than that, too. It's kind of in that... Gosh, I feel so little to you that it's so hard to place you. There, next to Golduck. Yeah, next to Golduck. It's kind of that same vibe of like, oh yeah, I want so much more from you. Oh, Slope. Yeah. Here's another easy one. S-tier design choice. God, I love those two so much. Slowpoke takes a water-type design choice that I really wish was more prevalent in Pokemon by taking a ground-based creature, in this case kind of a sloth combined with a seal, combined with a... It's a really weird mishmash of various ground creatures, but making it aquatic. And it's fantastic! It is such a fun, goofy little design. Not quite as much as Parasect. Actually, no, I do have more fun with it than I do Paras and Parasect. But then you get to the stupid-ass Slowbro. And the entire relation between the Slowbro and... name of the... not Cloyster pre-evolution... Shelders. Which, that's not a Shelder. That's so different than a Shelder. But apparently the Shelders become that if they bite the... It's such a bizarre little interaction between the two, but I love the lore behind that so much. Like, it'll feed off of it, but also the neurotoxin it makes it immune to pain, which just extremely beefs up the power that a Slowbro has. The fact that if the Shelder is thrown off in a harsh battle, it reverts to an ordinary Slowpoke, it's this cool symbiotic, well, kind of parasitic, kind of symbiotic. Like the Slowbro becomes stronger, but it's very clearly hurting it at the same time. I don't know. I don't quite know what it is, but I love it regardless. Slowbro is one of the best Pokemon in this generation. Also, all the jokes around how slow it is. It's so fun. Magnemite. I think Magnemite is one of the better inanimate object Pokemons. I think I might even put this, like, high A tier, even. Because I feel like the trap that so many, like, basic object Pokemon falls into is that it's just the object with eyes. But Magnemite takes that idea and becomes this strange alien. I almost get the same vibe from Magnemite that I do Abra, to a lesser extent, of course, but they feel like this weird alien drone creature that harvests energy and becomes bigger because of it, and I really like that, trying to almost come up with like an ecosystem for raw energy, and I think Magnemite does that really well. Magneton has the same problem as Dugtrio, though. That's just 3 Magnemites. Especially because I know Magnezone is an option afterwards. Like, come on. You can do better. Farfetch'd is great. I feel similar to Farfetch'd as I do Meowth. Like, it takes that basic ass... Well, not quite as strongly. Like, maybe a little lower. But it takes that basic, just, animal, and instead themes it in a really weird way. And in terms of theme, I mean, it literally just gives it like a stalk of... What is it? Is it a leek, I think, that they're holding? Right? It's a leek, right? Prehensile. Leek stalk or a spring onion? Okay, yeah. And just all the weird ways that lets it express itself. Like, I mean, it's tool use. It naturally makes it seem far more intelligent and expressive, and it works really well. It's kind of nothing past that, but it's a really just expressive, clever design. I love the one gif of just the Farfetch'd laughing and smacking a Psyduck on the head is burned into my memory. Like, it's such an easy Pokemon to get attached to and see emote. It's literally a Farfetch'd type. Isn't Farfetch'd origin based on a classic saying, a duck bearing green? Is that a thing? Oh, I literally a duck coming to bring... Really? Okay. Oh, with that knowledge, yeah, you can join back up with Meowth there. Got a little cultural reference there. That's fun. I love that. Fun fact, Magnemite has been consistently one of the most voted Pokemon in polls, ironically, since 2009. As it should be. It's a great Pokemon. Irony notwithstanding, it's so fun. Dodrio! Gosh, what a... How do you have a bird with 2 heads that still looks like such a basic-ass bird? Like, how can I put this next to a Spearow or a Pidgey and be like, you know what, yeah, no, this looks more like a real animal than this one does. I think I'm putting this... Well, it doesn't frustrate me, but, like, it's so nothing. You love Dodrio? What, silly? Well, then let me throw you a consolation prize, because, unironically, these guys are S tier. Like, this is the personality that Dodrio... No, wait, no. Doduo, Dodrio. I get those... Sorry. Dodrio S tier. Doduo, kinda nothing. I think so little about Doduo because all my focus is on Dodrio and just how ridiculously expressive this Cerberus bird is. Like, these are just, it's just a Kiwi with two heads for Doduo. Yeah, it leaves me so lackey as it's missing something, but Dodrio realizes it and gives it that in spades. In fact, do I like it more than these two? Do I like it more than these three? It does kind of give me that feeling of just like, oh yeah, this is such an inspired idea. This, taking the myths of Cerberus and just bringing so much flair and personality. I love how much personality each individual head has. You can clearly tell that there's kind of this like King Ghidorah vibe going on with them. And that personality kind of changes between sprites, so you kind of get the feeling that every single head has its own personality. Which just, oh, it's so good. Doduo's name comes from Dodo. It's kind of just it being a duo. But yeah, I see it. Yeah, you know what? I feel strongly about this placement. I think Dodrio is unironically an S+ design. Kuroyaki looking bird. Exactly, and that's such an expressive dinosaur as well. It fits perfectly. Love how they both can learn fly despite not having wings and both being based on flightless birds. Yeah, the mental image. I've seen so many comics about just Doduo's heads extending outwards and just rotating rapidly like a helicopter. Yeah, like 8-Bit Wiseman says. It's such a fun design. Seal and God. What hurts about Seal and Dugong is there's already so few ice types in Generation 1. And the few we get are just nothing. It's so nothing. Gosh, like, just get... Start right here for Dugong. Seal's... It's kind of got, like, a dog vibe to it a little bit, which keeps it out of E tier barely for me. I guess Ekans upsets me more. But, like, it's... Thankfully, we got, like, Wall Rain letter that does the ice seal so much better. But it's just a seal! The tail being stylized as water spray is... Okay, yeah, that's something. Eh. They're cute. This is true. Yeah, yeah. And with that logic, Pidgey should also follow as well. Yeah, okay, it'll join the rat bird basicness. But I'm putting it underneath the three of them. Because I'd want so much more. Dugong's staying there, though. Dugong's such a nothing evolution. If keeps the now, see, the Clefairy's got other things going for it, though, because it kind of has some Fae vibes going with it. It's got that kind of otherworldly outrage. It just doesn't really commit to any of those themes because it's focusing so much on just being cute. Seal's just cute. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. Grimer and Muck. Grimer kind of gives me the same vibe to a much lesser extent as Magnemite. I like the idea that in this world of hyperactive constant evolution, that the pollution that humans are putting out into the world is taking life of its own and starting to move around. But it is just sludge with a face. Although, you know, I do kind of like I love Grimer's personality. Because, like, it's poison, right? It's pollution. So it kind of just looks like it's constantly high all the time. This is one case where I do think the theme that the Pokemon is going for kind of justifies the personality it's showing to be given. Because, like, it's a toxic sludge monstrosity, but it's so happy to be, you know? I think... You know what? I like Grimer. I'll put it like here-ish. It's not up in the upper echelons, but like for a poison-type Pokemon, it's a good poison-type Pokemon. Trubbish did the concept of pollution better. Yes and no. I think I need to see Trubbish's design again, but I feel like Trubbish doesn't emote. Like, if you gave Trubbish Grimer's personality, that'd be perfect. Appreciate the ripples in the sludge to provide definition. Yeah. I agree with all this. Like, I think High B is good for it. Like, for what it's trying to do, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. I'm not giving Muck that same treatment, though. Like, it's just more of the same thing, and it loses what's fun about Grimer's design. I like the Alolan version a lot more. It's just got little bits in it as it's as it's slowly absorbing stuff. No, Muck... hell no. Nah. If you're going to try to go with the more intimidating take on this kind of Pokemon design, I'd want it to maybe become a darker, harsher color. Maybe get little how do I put this? It's like sciencey terms. Is Red Sprite as me? Let's see the Red Sprite. It is not. It's a nice sprite. I'll give you that. Doesn't bother me as much as Weep. Nah, I can't shake the feeling that I'd want more. You're gonna say that this is this more dangerous evolution of Grimer. I'd want... maybe just random... This is one Pokemon I might like more random bits in. Like, it's absorbing and... like, in a 3D animation, like, maybe have, like, just various bits swimming through it as it's moving around. Muck feels like an actual monster, but doesn't have to be one. Yeah, I have a hard time seeing a Muck as not monstrous. Just trying to find other pictures. I do kind of like Grumpy Muck right there. That's kind of fun. Does this have, like, more anime screenshots? Can I see... show me Ash's Muck. Okay, okay. Made it kind of that Roz kind of from Monsters, Inc. I'm not gonna put it over Grimer, though. I'd want more from you. I'll buff it up to here. What other Pokemon I want more from? Buff them. Nah, it's better than the arena. Eh. You know what, the answer here is just to drop you further. Yeah, that feels better. There, maybe? Arcanine Jump Scare. Sorry, I was going through my tabs. I closed Bulbapedia like a dummy. 1 second. There we go. See that pic of Grimer dabbing with Dawn? That sounds hilarious. I don't know. It's kind of just... taking that whole idea of Pokemon being an idea tied with an element. I just want more from... let me see some... like, there's so many ideas for sludge monsters out there that Grimer and Muk kind of just feel a little basic. Like, they're fun basic, but I still just want a little more. I think I'll leave them there for now. Shelter? God, I hate Shelter. It's the human tongue. It's so unsettling. Like, if you just took the tongue away, it might be like HM Slave, even Everstone. But that tongue just ruins everything for me. Cloister, though? Boop. Easy. So easy. My god. Maybe not that high. Somewhere like here, maybe. Yeah, that feels better to me. You don't beat mythical Pokemon. Mythological Pokemon. I see. Oh yeah, I love how the tongue is a reference to sea mollusk muscles for your boy, and then oh. It'd be a fun reference, but like, I'd want something like Pyukumuku then for Shelter. The human tongue is just ruins it for me. Cloister, though? Cloister's hilarious. Like, the obvious human anatomy parallels are so funny, especially when you take into account that Shelter has a human tongue. But even then, it's this sick, like, clam fortress that fires spikes off at you. It's so cool. I do wish it would, like, maybe like the spikes, icicles, but that's a small nitpick. It's still such a cool design. Yeah, those two placements feel good to me. Ghastly. Ghastly, I think, is S tier. I do love Ghastly. I think probably the bottom. But I love this little will-o'-the-wisp vampire looking ball of evil. Ghastly's great. I don't feel quite as strongly as for Haunter. Like, these two are still, like, somewhere in A tier, for sure. But I have just a tiny bit little less fun from Ghastly to Haunter to Gengar. Just a little bit. Something like this, maybe? I like Gengar more than Golem. Do I? I also love how it's a ghost learning how to properly manifest itself, but I also feel like it gets progressively less intimidating as it evolves. Hot Take Gengar kind of... Like, it's so... I don't want to say basic, because it's so expressive. Like, Gengar is, like, the trickster Pokemon, and it's... Have I seen Blackfoot? Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it. It's a great design that allows them to emote really well. But that's almost purely because of their facial expression and not much else. I don't like how they lose ghostly stuff. Hold on. I need to see sprites for a second. Because I know that almost over all Pokemon, these have been hurt by the transition into 3D more than any... Yeah, because, like, look at the lighting on Gengar. That's great! But it just gets progressively lamer and lamer and lamer until you just get to the flat-ass modern models. Let's go back to Haunter for a second, because Haunter got hit even harder. Like, I love Haunter's sprites so much. Like, look at these! Especially with the energy around its hands. And then you get to this, and it's just, oh! Gengar's too cuddly for a ghost flame. Well, because that's the thing. You don't... A ghost doesn't really need to be unfriendly. Like, that's the whole thing with the anime episode. Like, you're scared of the ghosts at first, but then you realize that, oh, they just want to have fun. And I do love that. Yeah, something like this. They're great. What would I want from them? I guess I should be asking. The Haunter and Gengar down a tier purely for the fact they have fur in Scarlet and Violet? Ew! I had no idea. I'm talking design, not... Well, it's... You have to kind of take both into account, really, because how a Pokemon is designed does affect how they can express their personality. We talked about this for a bit with Raticate, how the Lockjaw kind of prevents it from being able to show its personality very well. I think the perfect Pokemon designs are ones that allow for you to imagine great characters from them, but they don't necessarily force the Pokemon into being a specific character. Gengar kind of does a little bit, but the nature of this kind of character allows you to imagine it evolving in so many different ways, which I don't think is that much of a detriment. Gengar in Pokemon Tournament? But Gengar in Pokemon Tournament is really good. I'll give you that. More aggressive looking, maybe not necessarily intimidating, but dangerous for fully health ghost. I do wish Gengar had something more to it. I'm not sure what that more would be. You know what? I'd give it more eyes. That's what I'd do. Kind of like, yeah, like how the Mega Evolution gives it the third eye. But I just maybe give it like 6 or so. Just kind of add to that unsettling nature a little bit. Or never lose the cloud that Ghastly has. Give it that kind of always... that smoke cloud to give it this sense of an intimidating aura. I don't know. Maybe animate the face separately from the rest of its body, so its face kind of a Cheshire Cat-esque, where its face just kind of moves around. I think the anime kind of did that for a bit. I don't know. I think these placements are fine. Like, they're still good Pokemon. But Ghastly's the only one that really just captures my heart. I do kind of agree, Yogg, but then you lose that theme of the ghost slowly materializing, which I think is a good, strong theme for Gengar to have. Mega Evolution is at least sick, though. We can all agree on that, right? Yeah. It's great for its simplicity, but I think the simplicity prevents it from getting quite up into the S-tier upper echelons. Yeah, exactly. Stuff like that potted plant, where the smile can extend past and off of its face. And again, if we were just ranking the... like, the early game sprites, like, stuff like this. Like, look at the crystal sprite. Look at that. That's fantastic. If we're ranking solely based off of that, I'd rank him higher. But it has evolved since Zen. I got a more established characterization. Oh, Onyx is so cool. It's so bad, but it's so cool. I love that it has, like, a shark fin out of its head to give it the sense of, like, you know, you can see it burrowing towards you, like you could see a shark swimming for you. That's such a cool theming. Want Gengar to be pitch black? Like, yeah, I agree. Like, Gengar's great, but its design, I feel like, could be taken in so many different directions, which is part of why it's so flexible and could be, and it's so great in Pokemon, why people want it in Smash. It's because its design is built to be built off of. That's a good way of putting it. It's only an A tier because it's made to be built from. Onyx upsets you because it's not visibly made out of Onyx. That's fair. In fact, Onyx is weaker. No, yeah, that's true. It's so weird how bad of a Pokemon it is. But I do genuinely think it quite beats out this trio of strong personalities. But I think it's an A-tier design. It is a bit, well, it is kind of literal. You know, no, I think this is one of those cases where the sheer size of the Pokemon really adds to it. Because when you are going through Mount Moon and Pokemon Let's Go, and you see one of these things pop out of nowhere, it is a genuine jump scare. These things are so intimidating. I think it's genuinely cool for Pokemon to have something like that. I wish they were better. I agree, Yago. It's one of the best creature concepts. Like, it's kind of that purple worm from D&D kind of esque. But the execution kind of falls flat. It's the bare minimum. Yeah. I don't think it's a better rock ground Pokemon than any of these three. Well, maybe better than Sandslash. Nah, yeah. No, because, like... God, that's hard. Why can't I just have Steelix and throw Steelix Nest here? Something like this? No, yeah, I agree with you, Potted Plant. It's one of those designs where, like, it's so basic that you could easily build off of it. But it's not to the point of, like, a Geodude, because, like, it's not just rocks, it's a rock snake. Yeah, I do. Maybe something. Maybe more. Yeah, it's in this kind of group here. Where you have an idea, but I want so much more from you. I feel better about that. I feel better about that. Also, one second. I'm going to have to trade these two places. I like what Kadabra does more than Alakazam. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. This might be going ahead of things, but does Onyx need an evolution in terms of design like it having Steelix? Yes, I think so. Like, as it is... Well, I mean, not necessarily. It's intimidating enough on its own, but knowing that Steelix exists and how cool that Pokemon is... I'm gonna say it's a pre-evolution. To give it more of a... Well, maybe not. I don't know. I think Onyx would look a little cooler if it had different eyes or no eyes at all. It's not bad, but I do think it'd benefit from going full-on intimidating. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Another just... Yeah, another design where you could just do a lot more with it. It's fine for what it is, but... Oh, yeah, you're right, Nando. Fucking Drowsy and Hypno. Alright, I want to show you guys something. I think I can find it from... Yeah, trivia. I've checked this before, clearly. Yeah! Okay. So Drowsy's based off of a Baku. Dream Eaters. Let me show a Google image search. Are these... Oh, wait, no. That is a city, apparently. Yeah, these things. Such a sick mythological creature. I love Baku. They're so cool. But... Drowsy? That was the best you got? What? Gosh, It's another one of those cases. What was the other one that had a cool inspiration? Oh, I think we're kind of talking about maybe Mothman for Venonat, but like this one hurts me because I look at it and I can't help but just picture what more could have been. A soft, whoa, that wasn't English. Soft spot for Drowsy because A, I like tapirs and the yokai he's based on, and B, because it did legit cream. That's fair. Like, I do like the kind of unsettling intimidation angle that Drowsy and Hypno have. But it's so... Yeah, you're right, Becky. They wanted something goofier, and they did kind of succeed, but I wish they'd committed harder if that was the case. I just sense they kind of feel stretched between those two ideas, one being the creepy Dream Eater and the other being this more goofier... It's like, oh, I'm drowsy, I'm going to make you fall asleep. I do think Drowsy is definitely better than Hypno. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Hypno's more of a disappointment then because he straight up loses all of it. Like, if you wanted to be goofier with Hypno, take that hypnotic charm and just make it some kind of growth that's coming off of his nose. So he has to kind of, like, swing his head back and forth to hypnotize you. It'd still look ridiculous, but it'd be hilarious. I think Hypno's Wonder Trade for me. Like, I really don't like Hypno's design. This is weird Simpsons goblin-looking creature. Drowsy, though... I'm sorry, Jumping Full. I don't think I can quite put it to ever. It sucks that it's competing with the Abra line, because Abra especially does so much for kind of establishing the vibe of the psychic type. I like it more than Machop, at least. Somewhere around here. Lost Folklore makes me wonder if Pokemon was made in the West, first become a flying pig. I would like to see some more, Greek mythology stuff in Pokemon. Like, you got a couple of things. You got, like, the Hydra in Hydreigon. There's some neat things they could pull from there. Really, just any kind of cultural mythology. It's crazy. For how many Pokemon there are, there's still so much more they could take from. Hypno literally looks like a man in a costume instead of looking like a magical animal. 100% agreed. Yeah. You know, I'll give you a little bit of credit, Hypno. I'll put you next to Clefairy. It's that kind of same vibe where I see the idea, but you're kind of split behind it. But I will admit, you are kind of goofy, and that does amuse me. Oh, Krabby. I love Krabby so much. Krabby's going up here. Krabby's got such a weird amount of charisma. I don't quite I think maybe it's because the little tusks almost make it look like a... what's the facial feature? It's almost mustache-ish, for lack of a better way of putting it. I don't understand why I love this Pokemon so much, but there's... the Tetsukabra-esque tusks and the little horns as well. It's just a basic crab, but at the same time, it's such a heavily cartoonified crab. It shows off so much personality in a weird, derpy way. Where's... I know there's a picture... Yeah, right here. The one picture where it smiles. Like, how can you look at this and not fall in love? Maybe not quite this. I mean, lower. It is just a crab, but it's such a good crab. It's got a bit of spunk that I wish something like Tentacool, like these high Everstones have. I'm probably gonna say Krabby's a better design than Gengar. I might. Nah, I'm not gonna go that far. There. Okay. I think that's fine. Kingler, though, might be weird, but I think it's S tier. Kingler adds in that little bit more that Krabby needs to be a perfect design. I love that they take the fact that some crabs have bigger claws than others and just supersize that to the extreme. And it's got the whole crown growth, so it literally feels like a king crab. Tusks become more pronounced. The eyes look so mischievous. Kingler's great. Do I put it any higher than this? Yes, I do. Because I think Kingler does more with Crab than Charizard does with Dragon. Kingler... You heard it here first, folks. Kingler's a better design than Charizard. But Kingler from back... I don't like Kingler quite that much, but it's still such a good design. It's so good. Because I can't put Kingler above Paris and Parasect. Maybe I put them next to each other for Crab Gang. Ooh, that's tempting. Just to have the solid wall of crabs there. I do like Tentacruel a lot, though. I love the UFO design of it. You know, the obvious answer here is just to do that. Yeah. There we go. I feel better about that. Crab Gang. Trio of crabs. Crab Rave it all. It's perfect. People might not like this, but I unironically absolutely adore, from a gameplay side, the role that Voltorb plays in Pokemon. Because it's the classic mimic, right? Going through a dungeon, opening up the treasure chest is alive, oops, now it bites down on you. Voltorb translates that into Pokemon so perfectly. It's so funny. Just the mental image of a trainer, just like a little 11-year-old trainer going to pick up a Pokeball, like, oh, cool item on the ground, and for it to just explode. It's so good. Probably like, more like here-ish. There? Yeah, there. That's like, it's a really smart idea. I do kind of wish there was something more to it, like the two sides could open up and it reveal this like Rotom-esque sprite that's living inside of it that's using this body as a mimic. Or even if it just opened up and there were teeth there, just to really hammer home that this is a mimic. I don't know. Maybe that would hurt the design, because the simplicity of it is part of why it's so funny. Electrode kind of loses me a little bit. Mostly because I wish it was a Great Ball. I know the coloration for the shiny kind of gets that, but it doesn't have the same design, which defeats the purpose of it being a mimic. Like, I would love it if this joke just went just hammered it home every step of the way. Like Electrode evolves into something that's based off of a, Ultra Ball with a Master Ball Mega Evolution. That would be so funny. Electrode, I kind of want to say HM Slave, but I love its facial expression so much. Like, keeping with the mimic design for this thing knows it's about to ruin your day, and it's so ready to have so much fun with it. How far can personality alone carry you as a design? Because I don't want to put it up here. It's not as good as Voltorb. You told the same joke twice, it doesn't land as good the second time. I do have more fun with Electrode than I do these designs, the ones I want more from. But I do still want more from Electrode. So maybe like right here, next to Victory Bell. I kind of feel the same way, without I want Victory Bell to kind of have that Pikmin-esque daddy long legs kind of body that it uses to get around. Yeah, somewhere around there. I feel good about that. Oh, yes! Oh, such easy S tiers. My god, these guys are great. The whole lore of Executes coming together to form Executors is the perfect way to do something like the Dugtrio Diglett evolution. Because it's not just a bunch of Pokemon coming together and calling it a different Pokemon. It's a bunch of Pokemon trying to come together to evolve as a group into a larger organism. Executes is probably like right here, and Executor is right up here, somewhere like this-ish. You know what? No, I like these ones. Something like this. Because the entire lore behind, like, the life cycle of an Executor and Execute, the fact that you actually know about the life cycle of an Execute and Executor, how the heads of an Executor will fall and try to join up with other Executes to become another Executor. God, it is so perfect. That is just peak Pokemon lore world building. I love it. I love it so much. Hold on. I think what we're gonna do is that. Yeah, because Raichu's fantastic, but I love just the inspired designs that the rest of these have. Do I want to lower Blastoise? Nah, I think Blastoise is so fun. It's such a fun design. Comes out of left field, but it's so fantastic. Oh, hey. That's easy. Like, can anyone even argue this? Everything that surrounds Cubone, the lore of losing its mother, which is probably a Kangaskhan, the way that it wears her skull on its head, how that naturally makes you want to take care of it, which perfectly embodies that whole nurturing angle of why you want to have a Pokemon. It's the best Pokemon in Gen 1. I can't see that any other way. Cubone is peak Pokemon. Marowak, I wish was more. Well, no, I don't need to wish Marowak was more, because Marowak is more. You just have to get to Gen 7 to get to that point. Like, I love the idea of a Cubone separate from the growth cycle that it probably would have gotten from a Kangaskhan, getting these, like, elemental attributes. I love the fact that it's a ghost type to kind of mimic how, kind of homage to how a dead mother brought it all around. Marowak is just a slightly bigger Cubone. Does lore add to a Pokemon design the same way as personality? I would argue yes, because it is a common enough... Losing a parent is a common enough attribute in nature that you could see something like this happening. And it adds to the world building of Pokemon as a whole, that things like this can happen, that in this hyper-evolving world, a Pokemon like Cubone can exist, because a baby that loses its mother has to adapt now that it's lost its parent. I mean, I don't know how else to say it apart from that. Like, it just adds to the vibe of what Pokemon is, both as a species and as a world. Marowak, though, is just... it's fine. Put it, like, here. Yeah, I'm putting it with the other Pokemon that I wish did more. When we get to Alolan Marowak, that's an easy yes tier. But the fact that now that I know Alolan Marowak exists, baseline Marowak just feels... eh. The Pokemon card with Cubone looking out at the Desert Night Sky is my favorite Pokemon art period. Absolutely. Yeah, that feels about right for Marowak. Okay. Oh, they... You picked in high school when you had depression. That's so awful. Oh god, the Hitmons. Hitmonchan joins the ranks of these buggers. I just don't know how to rank them. Because Hitmonchan, fantastic design. Like, god, why is that not a Punch-Out boss yet? But it gives that same vibe. I'll put it in front of them. I think it's the best of the three. But it gives that same vibe of, like, how do you happen? Where do you exist in this world? Like, yeah, Tyrogue, of course, but where does a Tyrogue come from? Where are these weird, humanoid, seemingly sentient creatures that just want to punch each other? How does that work in anything that Pokemon has? But Hitmonlee is kind of supersede that, if only just because of how weird it looks. I don't know where to put it. I do think this is one of my favorite fighting type designs, if only because it's so bizarre. Hang on, let me see some Pokedex entries. Just this weird, mouthless kicking thing. Pokedex entries. Lengthen progressively, smoothly with extra long looping strides. Yeah, this is what I can't stand about the fighting type Pokemon, because they lose any real world building just to be like, oh yeah, this one is the best at kicking, or this one is the best at punching, this is the sumo one, this is the wrestling one. And this weird, like, Pokemon pocket of world building. Like, all I'm looking for here is just one entry being like, oh yeah, it uses its legs to hunt down its prey and kick them into submission. But they just fight. Put it like... there-ish? I don't know. God, you're so weird, Hitmonlee. Here's the thing, it's kind of in that same boat as the rest of these ones, but it's so utterly bizarre in how its body is built that it doesn't hit that same uncanny valley for me. So I can kind of see this thing roaming around in caves and such in Victory Road. I don't know. Well, maybe we'll come back to that one. Have the Hitmons ever been encounterable in the wild? Yeah, you can run into them in Let's Go. And it is a surreal experience seeing those things walk around. Wish there was a prehistoric... Yeah, that'd be a great way of showing it off. See how they evolve along with humans and their fighting skills. Yeah. Hitmonlee looks monster hunter to be a Pokemon monster, if that makes sense. Yeah, I agree. That's why it's not down here in this weird Luigi dimension of this tier list. And I'll leave Hitmonlee there for now. I'll probably do like a comments episode of all of these videos after this is all done. That'll be a lot faster to go through since it's just me. If I see any people that give me really good feedback, I'm like, oh yeah, yes, that one. You're right, that needs to be way higher. But for now, we'll leave him in B tier. That feels fine. Hitmonlee is the best design candy. He's essentially a punching bag that stretches his arms and legs to kick better. They really take out flying enemies by becoming a spiderweb between the trees. Yeah, that's neat, but it feels so discombobulated from the rest of Kanto. Not quite to the same extent as these guys, but still bizarre. Lickitung. I know what this thing's based off of. It's probably not a fair ranking. It's based on some yokai that licks bathrooms clean or something. Nah, it's my tier list. I hate this thing. It's the fucking human tongues. I can't. I see that and it's just... My brain, no. Get that away from me. Stop licking the Squirtle, please. Squirtle doesn't deserve that. Oh, yo, what I was talking about with Grimer and how it's great how this hyper-evolving world of Pokemon kind of has creatures adapt to it and evolve off it. The main reason I'm not putting Grimer and Muck higher is because I think Coughing and Wheezing do that idea so much better. Like, Coughing's right, like... I don't know, here? Because it takes that whole idea of being like, oh yeah, it's super pollution, but because it's all pollution, it's just perpetually high. And I love that so much. Like, look at this thing. That has had all of the weed. Just all of it, and it's having the time of its life. And they could have just ended it there, but no. No, they took it and they extrapolated off of that, being like, oh yeah, you're high off for a minute. You've been taking these fumes over, but the more you take it, the more you become unhealthy. You start getting cancerous growths, and Wheezing is like one of the best poison types in the entire series. It's never like right there, even. Like, Wheezing goes so much harder than it ever needed to. You could have just done the Muck thing of being like, oh yeah, it's the same thing, but bigger. But no, having like the... Just your second friend, you start having a conjoined twin growing out of you because you've just been exposed to these cancerous growths for so long. That's so great! That is fantastic design right there. Easy S tier. Have the headcanon that ghastlies with the ghost of Coughings and Wheezings? Maybe. Like, obviously sphere shapes. Oh. Rhyhorn and Rhydon. I think Rhyhorn is one of the best, like, ground rocks in the entire series. This is an easy S tier for me. But Rhydon drops the ball. Like, Rhyhorn has this absolutely amazing design. This, like, armored rhinoceros, triceratops kind of creature. Almost looks like it's made of steel, but also not. But then Rhydon, it's just... In a game that already has so many kaiju, it just has a drill horn, and that's kind of it. I think it's a little bit better than Nidoqueen, but not by much. Rhydon was the first Pokemon they designed that was in the final game. Oh, yeah, I'm aware. But when you're in a game that already has Kangaskhan, and Nidoqueen, and Nidoking... And the fact that... I'm sorry, Rhyhorn just looks so much cooler. Like, we can all agree on that, right? I really wish it didn't get bipedal. I feel like it was still on the ground. It just kind of built off of that steel plating more. 100% agree, Dr. Zeus. Don't like any of Rhyhorn's evolutions. I think honestly would have worked as a one-stage Pokemon. Yeah. Well, I think it could have had better evolutions. I just feel like Rhydon, and especially Rhyperior. Spoiler alert for whenever I do Gen 5, 4, whichever one it was in. I don't like Rhyperior. Rhyperior is weird. Imagine if Triceratops drills for spikes. Exactly! As it's serviceable. Like, I like it a little bit more than Nidoqueen, but like it's right that they're kind of the same Pokemon with how closely they're designed. They built off that steel plating more. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I like Aggron more, and this was before Aggron. Yeah, this feels right. This feels good to me. Oh, Chansey. Chansey succeeds at doing what the other kind of plushy-like Pokemon fail to do. Because it doesn't hard commit to just being like this super cute, adorable, grab this and hug it for your 4-year-old kids. No, this takes a specific theme and just runs with it by making it this kind of maternal caring Pokemon. Like, it exists just to take care of things. And I kind of adore that. The very small, eyes and mouth kind of give it just a tad unsettling, but then he just holds an egg out to you, and apparently the eggs are super delicious and nutritious, and you realize that, oh, this thing just wants to be my friend. I love the little Exoltal frills off of it as well. I feel like that's a nice way to give it some more flair other than just being egg. I actually think this one, not high S tier, but like it's up there. I really love the theming of this one. I don't like the pre-evolution or what it evolves into, but Chansey itself, I love Chansey. Chansey feels naked without its nerf stat for me. I actually like that it doesn't hard commit to the nurse angle. I feel like a modern day Chansey design would have some sort of growth that makes it specifically a nurse. But the way that Chansey works is that they step right up to the line of what it's supposed to be, but don't cross the line, which lets this Pokemon just be whatever it wants to be, but it's so obviously well suited for those kind of Poke Centers or serving you lunch, or just like it just wants to take care of you. That's a perfect way of putting it. Chansey looks like Kirby's mother. And it works like that. Actually, with that, I kind of want to put it a little higher. Like, for what it's supposed to be, it's perfect. Oh god, Tangela, though. Tangela feels unfinished. Like, more so than almost any other design of this generation, I just don't know. This is somewhere around here for me. Because, like, I get the inspiration of, like, the Swamp Thing hidden in vines. But the whole appeal of those kind of creatures is that you look at it and you wonder, oh god, what kind of monster's underneath there? Tangela doesn't seem... There's not enough of Tangela to get that feeling from. Like, it's just a Venonat with vines around it. Like, what if it was, like, shaped like an octopus or something? You get the sense of, like, oh, it's this weird, like, ground-based nautilid, or maybe a spider, but it's actually... Oh, yo, having some kind of, like, Otto-Ka kind of deal, where it's just this small spider piloting this bigger swamp creature, that'd be so sick. You need Tangrowth? Well, that's the thing, Tangrowth isn't that good either. Like, Tangrowth takes the obvious evolution for Tangela to be, and does the bare minimum with it. Like, what do you extrapolate from that? It's just... It's nothing. It's just egg. You can shoot Tangela's vines like bubblegum. Yeah, I'd want more. I want so much more from Tangela. Swamp monsters are... You can... Like, everyone's seen Avatar The Last Airbender and the sick reveal of, like, that creature, the swamp creature that's actually just the perpetually high dude inside in the center of it that's controlling it with water bending. Like, you can have so much fun with that. I can see what you're saying, Jumping Fool, but for the concept it's bringing to the table, I'd want so much more from it. Like, there's so much more you can do with it. Do you think Tangela has a bit of charm in a, we made a kid doodle something and we made it a Pokemon kind of way? I suppose that's true. Like, it's definitely not as bad as Weepinbell. No, yeah, you guys are right. You guys are right. I'll put it next to Poliwhirl. Kind of similar vibes there. Like that, it's not that there's not an idea there. I want more from it. Make it so the vines are the living part and the eyes are the prey. Yeah! Oh, that's good! I don't know. I'd compare it to Mimikyu, which has that kind of similar, like, there's another creature here, but it's hiding from you. When I look at Tangela, I have no desire to figure out what's underneath the vines, which I feel is a design misplay for what this is kind of trying to be. Kangaskhan! Kangaskhan's a weird one to rate. Because a big reason I'd rank Kangaskhan highly is due to the lore behind Cubone, but that's not really... I mean, it's been soft confirmed. You'll have Kangaskhan's coming to help Cubones in, like, Gen 7 with the whole double battle kind of deal. It's also the fact that it's got so much competition from other kaiju at the same time. But again, it has, like, the whole Cubone parallels. I think it's definitely better than these two. It's got more going for it in its design. I love the kind of almost armor bits it has. Maybe, like, here-ish. Yeah, that feels good. Because I feel like all the good things that are about it are carried by everything that's not it. It's more just what's associated with. It is interesting, like, cause like you're right, Arlo. We've never. There's supposed to be male Kangaskhan's, but we've never seen one. I would be fascinated to see what that would look like. Regular king is gone now. True. Because, like, it is also adorable that it's carrying its baby in its pouch. God, you're another hard one. I'm leaving you next to Hitmonlee. You're hard to rank. Ooh, Seadra, Kingdra. No, sorry, that's not right. That's Horsey and that's Seadra. Horsey kind of gives me kind of here vibes. Like, it's cute, but it's just a seahorse. I almost said starfish. It's a seahorse. I've been talking for a while, sorry. Seadra, the most nothing Pokemon in Canada. I would say that this is for Seadra, but Horsey, I kind of get those vibes from. I might put it even a little bit lower than that. Like, it's cute, I'll give it that, but it's just a seahorse. Are we adding Megas? I'll do Megas in a later stream. Remind me, I never remember which was Seadra and which is Kingdra. It's Seadra, right. Seadra, I think, is significantly cooler. Like, I'd put Seadra up here somewhere. Maybe, like, here? Nah, I like the ideas that Zubat's bringing more. Seadra feels like a great middle evolution for some fully draconic seahorse kind of deal. Unfortunately, Kingdra just kind of drops the ball with that idea. Like, who said it? Yeah, Seadra is cooler than Kingdra, just absolutely straight up. I might even put it like here-ish. Cause like it's cool. Nah, I'm putting it next to Sandslash. It's that kind of vibe of like, yeah, you're neat, but what you evolve into and what you evolve into isn't as good or just doesn't exist. Yeah, something like that. Maybe it's just because I know Kingdra exists. I might rank Seadra higher if it was just Seadra. But knowing that it kind of drops the ball does make the design a little bit more disappointing. Golding's a weird one. Because it's not in this tier. It's more than just a fish. They take the design of a goldfish and give it kind of a regal thing to it. It's kind of got that same kind of tentacle-esque thing going on with it. I don't think it's as strong as Tentacruels. I might put it like... yeah, with these guys right here. But it definitely gives that regal flair. Like the fins flare out in like almost like a dress. Which I think is very strong from a design perspective. But like, Seaking, what happened? Why does the pre-evolution look more regal than the final evolution? Why is its fin just kind of stopped like that in a weird mohawk kind of motion? Let me get a bigger picture. Yeah, it's such a weird... like, if you made this smaller and made it evolve into Golding, it'd make total sense. Because, like, this looks like the more regal... oh, I just knocked my headphone cord out and lost all hearing. So you know those goldfish that grow massive when... oh, yeah. I know what it's based off of, but... it does so at the expense of the theme that Golding had going for it, which kind of just makes it just a goldfish. It's not a bad-looking goldfish. Like, I'd rank it over, like, Rapidash. Over you. Somewhere like there-ish. Like a greedy king, but in a small pond. Yeah, I can see it, but I'd want more from it if that was the case. Like, instead of a horn, give it, like, a crown growth like Kingler has. Probably say that for Golding as well. It's probably why she doesn't rank any higher for me. Or make the fins appear more like robes or something. I think I clicked an ad there. What was that? I don't know. Seeking's Moon Pokedex entry is the most interesting. What is the Moon Pokedex entry? Let's see this. Moon. Crazy are divided into horn enthusiasts and fin enthusiasts. The two groups do not get along well. That's funny. So that's its right. Oh, okay. I'm following you, Potted Plant. You're saying what it should be, not what it is. Okay, yeah. Like, it's a fine fish as it is, but I feel like it loses charm for what the original design was going for. Will hot take a bit and say that I feel Pokemon shouldn't really be forgiven for their designs just because of what they are based off of. It ends up looking not as great as is. I can kind of see that. If it ends up not looking great as is. Well, because I do kind of like Seeking being uglier. Kind of like what Potted Plant was talking about. It's like it's the world that's grown fat and disgusting as he's overindulged. I just wish it committed harder to what it's trying. Maybe not what it's supposed to be doing, because it doesn't. I don't know if that's what it's supposed to be doing, but like what it feels like it should be doing. Just that Felicia fan spent some 50 hours. Good. Hats off to Felicia fan for doing that. Like, I thought it was hard doing the, like, what was it, 35 hours, I think I did the math once, that we did actually making that series. And to do it in such a short time period as well. It's ridiculous. Oh, let's do Staryu. I love Staryu. Staryu and Starmie. So, like, no, I'm putting you up here with Tentacruel, because I love how they created this Pokemon that literally feels like some sort of UFO/star that fell from the sky, and it literally embodying that in a starfish. It's kind of an obvious combination to make, but it's such a good one. And I might put Staryu up here too. I think these are both excellent. I think Starmie's better because it gets that vibe of being otherworldly to a greater extent. But like, these are both fantastic. I love both of these Pokemon. That perfect. It's got that same mix of Abra, Tentacruel, just otherworldly, but still clearly a creature. That is an easy one. Mr. Mime, that's your... Again, this feels like a modern generation Pokemon design that somehow made it into the earliest games. Yeah, it also works in the sense that starfish are kind of weird alien creatures. It's perfect. Starmie and Staryu are perfect. I do love, like, how Mr. Mime can be characterized. But it's such a... Again, a very odd one to see in the world and just wonder, like, how do you exist? I feel like we could easily tweak it in a way. Now, let me see Pokedex entries. I think this is a good one to check Pokedex entries for. Yeah, again, this is what drives me nuts with these Pokemon, because they're so heavily themed around this specific theme, in this case being Mr. Mime, that they completely throw away any world building, just be like, oh yes, look at how good it is at this specific theme, oh, it's a mime, it can create walls. But, like, why not talk a bit about, like, how it uses the mime walls to trap prey or avoid predators, or... I don't know, talk about what it tries to do. Yes, I don't know. You know what, that might be a big reason why I don't like these heavier themed designs, because it comes at the cost of that, and I wish there was a greater effort taken to, like, have both. Why not both? The both is so fun. I don't know. Oh, hey. I don't need to argue this, right? Like, I really don't need to argue Scyther. Scyther is one of the sickest Pokemon designs that has ever existed. Like, this is how you make an intimidating bug. Taking, like, the whole praying mantis, but making it this flying duelist. This is what I wish Beedrill had. And it's sick. I love it so much. Probably not this high, because it is just a bug. Yeah, that feels a little bit better. I think these designs are more impressive for a design standpoint. But Scyther's still so cool. Like, I'd never put him any lower than S tier. Maybe Dare is better. No, it's so cool, though. It's so... it's so hard, because, like, I'm trying to be not objective, but follow the criteria I set out at the beginning. But that kind of just melts away in my brain when I see dual-bladed arms. Rule of cool. I don't know. Yeah, we'll just leave it right there. We'll just leave it right there. Cloyster feels like a hard wall. Oh, gosh. Oh, God. Jinx. Is it a racial stereotype? Is it based on an opera singer? Is it based off a yokai? I don't know. I don't care. I think it's hideous regardless. Go away, F tier. Get out of my sight. I feel like people are more miffed about Scizor nowadays. Scyther's a weird Pokemon where it didn't really need an evolution. It was already perfect as is. So when you get the comparisons between Cleaver, Scizor, and Scyther, they kind of feel equal, more about personal preference, so it feels weird to have Scyther, via the evolution mechanic, be ranked below them in power. It just feels kind of wrong. Jinx has hyper-realistic feet in Stadium? Why? No! Good grief. Oh, here's some weird ones. Electabuzz and Magmar. These are such odd, discombobulated designs, because I don't know what they are. Like, it's kind of a tiger, I guess, but it's also so wide, and I have no idea what its face is supposed to be. It's got the weird electric Tesla coils. I don't know. I feel positively about both of them. Like, they're trying something new, and I definitely respect that. Where do I... I think kind of in this range-ish. But not because I feel like they could have done more. I almost feel like they kind of just maxed out. Like, they're trying to allocate stats for every single type of attribute they wanted to put into the Pokemon, and they just ran out of stats to be able to allocate, and they just kind of had to put these forward as is. They're based off of Oni? Interesting. I guess I can kind of see it, but if that was the case, I'd want them to commit harder. I think Magmar's better than Golduck. Magmar feels a little more random than Electabuzz. There's the... I don't like that it copies the flaming tail of Charizard. And there's just weird random bits, like why does its arm have frills? I don't know. They're oddball designs, but I respect them. I like them for that. I'd rather you tried to do something wacky and didn't quite land on something than not try hard enough. I kind of wish both of them were quadrupeds. If Electabuzz was like this sick electric Tesla tiger, like it kind of looks like it's trying to be, and then Magmar was this goopy lava salamander, I feel like I'd love both of those way, way more. Sort of puts their evolutions in the light. We'll see. This game got no hope for the Gen 4. I will say I like Electivire a lot more than I do Electabuzz. Magmortar's kind of... yeah, but Electivire is a sick, like, electric Yeti Pokemon. I'd probably put that A or S tier. That was a competition to make the most electric-type Pokemon, that was the result. In the babies... yeah, I definitely don't like any of the babies of these Pokemon. They feel unnecessary. Do I want to put them in here? No, this feels right. I'm okay with their placements here. It's more positive than negative, but there's just oddness. Pinsir. Oh, Pinsir's a weird one for me. Because on one hand, Pinsir's such a sick design. Like, I talked about this way back with Paris, but I love the more intimidating, gross mouths. That's so cool. But Pinsir... How do you function? Like, do you get on all fours to use your pincers? It doesn't seem like you'd be able to bend forward high enough. I like that the spindly legs are the perfect width to, like, grab something and put it in its mouth. The proportions just kind of feel off with Pinsir. Like, hang on. I know how to illustrate this. I don't remember what it's called, but... Bugsy. That's what I'm thinking of. I'd want Pinsir to have the same proportions as Bugsy here. To have the pincers, like, more moved forward and have the gross mouth in between them. I feel like that would look more natural. This design just looks... It feels like they committed too hard into making it bipedal, but insisted that the mouth still had to be there when it would have made more sense to have, like, this weird, like, that more of a hunched position. I don't know. I was gonna say it's the worst Heracross. That is true. I still think it's neat, but it's like... it's a weird one. I'd put it down... I might put it really low in the B tier. I don't quite hit HM Slave. Because, like, it is cool. It just feels odd. Kind of almost... maybe right around here, next to Charmeleon. I like Charmeleon more. It's weird that a Pokemon that is named after pincers doesn't seem like it could really do much with its pincers. Its body doesn't seem designed for that. Like, you would not be able to see while you're using those pincers. Like, it's just an oddball mishmash of a design. Tauros is great. Like, I'd rank it not as high as, like, the Meowth Farfetch, but it takes that basic Pokemon design for a normal type and adds a cool little flair to it with the 3 tails and the weird, like, psychic gems along its body. I don't have much more to say about it. It's just a Tauros, but Tauruses are fun. Yeah, this is a no-brainer. Yes, and yes. Like, obviously, the Magikarp to Gyarados evolution is already hilarious. We all know this. But did you know that I want to read this properly because I don't want to get this wrong. But there is a where is Magikarp's evolution into Gyarados is based on a legend about how a carp that leaped over the Dragon Gate would become dragons. Several waterfalls and cataracts in China are believed to be the location of the Dragon Gates. This legend is an allegory for drive and the efforts to overcome obstacles, and this may have inspired an element of Pokemon Snap, where after a certain amount of steps are taken, a Magikarp will splash its way into a waterfall where it evolves. That's brilliant. I love it so much. I do think I would rank Magikarp over Gyarados, just because Magikarp's the funnier part of that. Maybe like right here-ish. Feels like Dragonite and Gyarados were swapped at some point. Kind of, but there's too much of Magikarp's design that's in Gyarados. Like, you still have the whiskery antennas. You still have the same setup for fins. The mouth is shaped the same way. It's got the same, like, pronged fins. Like, it's clearly based off of Magikarp, Gyarados' evolution. Definitely like you. Maybe like right there. No, but it's so funny too. Like, I get tying real world myths into Pokemon gives them so much more. Their design so much more power, so much more weight. But in these upper echelons, it gets really hard to order them. Just the fact of how helpless and stupid Magikarp looks. Just the brilliant concept. Like, the fact that it's literally flopping around. One of the few Gen 1 Pokemon that legitimately benefited from translating into 3D. Because watching it just flop around helplessly, it's so funny. I think I like it more than Dodrio, but I think Executor is the wall. Simply because Magikarp builds off of real-world myths. Executor doesn't need it. Executor creates its own shtick, completely separate from the rest of reality, and I just respect that more. Argue Magikarp's top. Okay, if you look at Red Green Sprites, Magikarp and Gyarados' mouth are in the same place. They are oriented in the same way to show the direct evolution. I think no Pokemon is better at the idea of raising a Pokemon than Magikarp. Literally pawn off on you, the slow growth, a worthless attack. Magikarp is evolution in Pokemon. I don't think I'd agree with that. Simply because that's not really how evolution works for the majority of Pokemon. It's too abrupt, too much of an obvious reference to that real-world Chinese myth. Like, I'd say Eevee is evolution in Pokemon, more than Magikarp is. It's too much of a direct step to call it the theme of evolution, right? Cause, yeah, especially with Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, Venusaur right there. I can't agree with that one. Not forget that Magikarp has his own very own game. This is fair. This is fair. I feel good about this setup. Yeah, something like this. Something like this. I might drop... God, but I love the just... Nah, I think that's more Dodrio. Yeah, it's something like... Well... Ah, it's so cool, though! Yeah. I'll worry about ordering later, because that's gonna take a while. Oh, Lapras, that's another easy S tier. Probably below, kind of with this mythical trio. I do wish Lapras did a little bit more to embody ice elements. Like, again, like there's so little ice elements in the entire like, you really only have Articuno embodying that physically, like visibly. It's like maybe even just as little as making the shell made of ice. I don't know. I think maybe like right there. It's still fantastic. Like taking the Nessie myth and combining it with like basic myths of sirens, that's perfection. I love Lapras's, the entire idea behind Lapras's design so much. Never seen anyone who dislikes Lapras. Why would you? What is there to dislike about Lapras? It's just fantastic. It's another weird one to rank, but I think Ditto gets up. I think baseline Pokemon games Ditto doesn't manage to reach this point. I put it somewhere around Voltorb. But I know more about Ditto than just the games. And the fact that Ditto can't quite get the eyes right whenever it transforms is absolutely hilarious. Every single little attempt, it can't get things quite right. Can I get a gallery of stuff? Wait, hang on. I have a better way of... Movie Ditto from Detective Pikachu. That's brilliant. That's so funny. You know, with that context, let's not quite Cordyceps. Yeah, next to Kingler. It's just a sentient pile of goo, but it can turn into anything, and just the stupid dot-eyed face. It's so fun. Oh yeah, and the implied Mew clone thingamabobber. That's some great world building right there. I don't think it puts it any higher for me, but it makes me respect it, solidifies its position right there. That's the word I'm looking for. Fun fact, it was perfect. Eevee's fantastic. The entire idea around Eevee, I'll put it right here with the rest, with Ditto, above Ditto. Taking this singular Pokemon and allowing it to branch off and evolve in different ways depending on what it's exposed to. That's peak Pokemon right there. That's perfect. Taking the idea of this world where Pokemon can evolve, or creatures can evolve, and actually letting this creature evolve in different ways depending on what it's exposed to. That's what the whole purpose of the evolution is. I should probably put it a little higher. Maybe here-ish. Nah, Tentacruel's cooler. Yeah, right there. I think... Unfortunately, I don't think... Apart from Vaporeon, I think Vaporeon's great. For embodying just oh yeah, it's the dog creature became an aquatic creature. I wish more water Pokemon did that. But I think Jolteon and Flareon are just kinda... they're still good, but They're kind of just spiky and floofy to embody the flames and electric, which is still fine. Like, they still get carried by that, but... Like, if these were their own Pokemon, they'd be way lower. You rank the evolutions based on how huggable they are, meaning Flareon is on the top. This is true. Flareon is definitely the most huggable of them. Any lower? Nah, that feels about right. Yeah. Porygon. Porygon's another, like, Magnemite for me. That kind of idea that in this hyper-evolution world, that different things are becoming sentient. So I love this idea that AI itself is becoming sentient. And I love how, as it evolves, it just presents itself better, the graphics become better. That is absolutely hilarious. Don't like how it does it again. I wish the third evolution actually tried to become more detailed instead of just in a different orientation. Like, oh yeah, now my bits are vertical instead of horizontal. Like, that's not as fun. But the idea behind baseline Porygon and Porygon Z, I think is what it evolves into first. That's fun. I really like Porygon. Oh, fossils. I have a gripe with fossil Pokemon. Let's get to a more imposing theme. So here's my gripe with fossil Pokemon. This is supposed to be a blast from the past, prehistoric look at what the Pokemon world once was. Which when you first hear that, you kind of think of like, oh yeah, we're bringing back the dinosaurs and all these cool modern day fossils, right? But no, that's the thing. That's fossils in the modern day world. This should be fossils in the Pokemon world. And there's very little about most fossil Pokemon that communicates their fossils more so than this, like, oh yeah, they're based off of real world extinct creatures. Which when you got things like Charizard, like Gyarados, that are already, like Lapras, that are already based off of fossilized creatures, it kind of falls flat to me for a bit. I feel like fossil Pokemon in Pokemon should feel more primordial in an elemental sense. To give a sense that, oh wow, to kind of mirror the craziness of how much larger and intimidating creatures were millions of years ago for the real world, you should be trying to capture that same feeling, but with what that same disconnect would be in the Pokemon world. And that doesn't work when you're trying to take modern day logic into the Pokemon franchise. I feel like they should have tried. I just feel like all of them should have gone in a different direction. With that said, another problem with them, sorry, I should continue, but this is tangenting. Because they're fossil Pokemon, for some reason, they all get stuck with the rock type because they came from a fossil, so they become a rock type. But it turns the olden days of Pokemon into this bizarre place where only rock type Pokemon existed? Which just... what? It means that any theme that's covered by a fossil Pokemon kind of gets stuck. Because one of its types has to be rock, which means the other one is probably going to be whatever the creature the fossil is based off of most closely fits. Like, Ammonite has to be a water rock. You can't have something fun like a lava Ammonite or an electric Ammonite. It has to be a water Ammonite. And that's just not as fun. With all that said, I think Ammonite is just somewhere around here for me. Like, all of this is getting hit with a fossil Pokemon tax of disappointment that just kind of brings all of them down for me. Like, I have an idea of what I want these to be, and they're just not it. Omastar does feel a bit more intimidating. But, like, maybe here? It does at least give you the vibe of, oh gosh, we brought this thing back from the past, and it's dangerous. Now we shouldn't have touched this. Oh no, it might hurt somebody. Kind of that Jurassic Park vibes, but it doesn't commit hard enough for me. Kabuto does. I put this up in B tier. Maybe, like, next to Kakuna. Because, like, it also gives that kind of alien-esque vibe. Of being weird and unknown. Maybe we shouldn't have touched this. I'll put it over Kakuna. I'll even put it up here. Like, this one succeeds. I think Kabutops is the peak of what you can try to be. Like, again, it's stuck being a rock-type Pokemon. You can't have something sick like an ice-type version of this. I would love an ice-type version of this. Just replace the blades with icicles. Make it like Fire Ice. This weird primordial mess of a creature that's both lava and ice, and it can't quite... Like, you don't understand how that's physically possible, but it still exists anyway, because that's how crazy the elemental infusions were in the Pokemon's past. As it stands now, it's neat. Like, you can't go wrong with dual blades. It's Scyther, but worse. Yeah, exactly. Because it has to compete with Scyther, and Scyther is Scyther. I think it'd been cool if the evolution removed the rock type almost as if they evolved to look better in the present. Maybe. And then Aerodactyl, I used to love Aerodactyl, because, obviously, it's a dragon. But the older I've gotten and the more cooler dragons have been added to Pokemon, the more that Aerodactyl has felt just kinda nothing. I think a big part of it is its proportions. The wings are too small, the head is way too big. And again, it's stuck with the rock typing, so it can't be anything interesting apart from just this big pterodactyl-looking dragon. I should look at Aerodactyl and feel like I'm seeing a Monster Hunter Elder Dragon. And I just don't get that. Like, put this next to Pidgeot's. Pidgeot looks like the more majestic flying creature. That's ridiculous. That's not okay. Sorry, Aerodactyl. But, like, you actually do... Like, I still think you've got cool bits, but you are a very frustrating design for me. Somewhere, like, right there-ish. Oh! Here, let's get a more fun theme. This should not surprise anybody. I love my Totoro Pokemon. Especially because not only is Snorlax just a great, gentle giant, I just want to eat, sleep, but if you piss me off, I'm going to crush you. But like, it's such a funny way of including an in-game obstacle while keeping to the world of Pokemon. Because it just literally blocks your path and you can't get around it until you find a Pokeflute, and that's kind of hilarious. I've never... ever had a Snorlax that I haven't named Totoro. Just a great Pokemon. Oh, legendaries. Okay, so copy exactly what I said about fossil Pokemon. Same kind of applies here. I feel like legendary Pokemon should feel like these... like these living in... like, it's the Monster Hunter Elder Dragon kind of deal. Like, these things, you should look at them and be absolutely awestruck, which I think Articuno does decently well. I think this is like kind of like maybe like here-ish. Definitely the best of the three. Helps that it's the only clearly ice-type Pokemon here. The other two, not as much. Zapdos looks like a Zapdos looks like a kid's drawing of what Zapdos actually looked like, but it was the kid's drawing that made it into the game. Like, I've seen some sick Thunderbird designs in various pieces of media. Zapdos is not one of them. Moltres looks a little icky to me. Right? Yeah, we'll get to Moltres in a second. But, like, Zapdos is... I don't hate you, Zapdos, but I don't really like you either. Moltres doesn't even look as good as Pidgeot in terms of legendary birds. Moltres looks more delicious than anything else. Like, it's already half cooked, just give me some drumsticks. You know, I might even put you down in D tier, Moltres. I don't like you. Like, I've seen a lot of better Thunderbirds than I have Zapdos. Every single Phoenix I've ever seen looks better than Moltres. Like, Arceus, like, it's fine, but I'm putting you underneath Tauros. I think Tauros is a better design than you. Do I drop you down? You know what? No, I'm putting you even lower. Next to Kabutops, same problem there. Yeah, something like this. Later games, legendaries would get better, and then go too crazy, and have to be kind of dialed back in later generations, but I feel like this game's legendaries just didn't try hard enough for what's the concept of a legendary is supposed to be. Dratini's alright. I give it kind of like, it's not much. Maybe like there-ish. Like, it's cute, but like it's just a snake. A weird first impression of the dragon typing in Pokemon. Dragonair, though, Dragonair's gorgeous. What a fantastic design. I'm gonna put it right up here. Right next to Arbok. Yeah, that looks good, that looks good. Such a beautiful, regal design from Dratini. I almost call it Dragonair. I love the little baubles of gems on it, the flourishing wings off of its head. And then Dragonite is such a weird evolution. And it's hard for me to judge, because on one hand, it's so not Dragonair, but it's like almost identical to Pete's Dragon. And I really love Pete's Dragon. That was a big part of my childhood. So I've got like a lot of nostalgia tied in here. And like, it is a good dragon. Like a very classic interpretation of big body, small wings. Nuclear hot take people hate Dragonite not because it's bad, but it's because it's not what they expected. I think that's fair, but I also think it's fair to be disappointed when you have these evolutions. Like, if something is building up something... What's the term that was constantly thrown around with, like, when people were discussing The Last Jedi? Subverting expectations. If you're subverting expectations, I think I'm word for word copying Maximilian Dude right now, but if you're subverting expectations and the subversion is not as good as the expectations, you have made something that is objectively worse. Well, not objectively worse, but like, that disappointment has been absolutely earned by you, and you don't get to complain about that. That said, I still think Dragonite's good. I think Dragonair is a better design, but I'd put Dragonite, like... ish. I don't like that it's got the same color scheme as Charizard. Like, again, you've got there's a lot of this in this generation especially, of, like, taking similar ideas, but taking the same color schemes for the ideas. Like, you got Venusaur, you got Vileplume, you got Dragonite, you got Charizard, you got Venonat, you got Butterfree. Like, you have the full spectrum of color to work with. Why are you double dipping so much? I think below Gengar. Something like that. It's hard for me to just like Dragonite after seeing the anime shots where he looks absolutely... I love punching Dragonite so much. When it's just... It puts its whole weight into that punch, and it looks so snappy. But I feel right. I totally get why people would be disappointed by Dragonites, and I think that's absolutely valid. It's not what it was set up to be, but, like, for what it is, it's okay. Good even. It's good. Easy. So easy. Something like this, yeah. Mewtwo is a wonderful design for a... Yeah, there we go. Wonderful design for that theme of kind of just... ironically, doing what the fossil Pokemon I think should be doing a lot better. I've just been like... Mankind were asking themselves so much if they could, that they never stopped to consider if they should. And everything around Mewtwo's design, how it kind of looks almost fetal with its tail. It's an umbilical cord. This is one Pokemon where it being very humanoid absolutely works in its favor. I don't need to care about a bigger picture of Mewtwo. Everybody knows what that Mewtwo looks like. I love everything about its story. I love everything around its lore. Not really counting the movies in this, but, like, Mewtwo's great in those as well. Above all, like, legendaries and psychic Pokemon, Mewtwo feels like a Pokemon that it's less that you catch him, and more that you just, like, earn its respect enough to a point that it decides, like, yeah, sure, I'll follow this kid for a bit. Yeah, why not? I'll take orders from it. It feels more sentient than you are, and I love that so much. And the Mew's pretty good, too. Doesn't it quite hit that same heights as I think Mewtwo does? Maybe, like... kind of like in this range-ish. Again, it looks very fetal, which I appreciate. You can get the sense of that genesis of Pokemon looking at Mew. But I kind of want, I don't know, a little bit more from it to get it into the S tier. Maybe make its body translucent and you can see, like, galaxies or something inside of it. Or maybe just, like, slowly change color. I don't know. There's definitely something to be said that the simplicity of it works for being, like, the start of all Pokemon. Turtle, why are you so high? I'm putting you down here. Oh, you're better than these two. But, like... I do agree it's necessary for Pokemon. I just don't get... its design doesn't wow me. It's just kind of what I expect, if that makes any sense. Yeah, so, something like that, something like that. Fun fact, you can obtain Mew in Gen 3 by pushing the truck using the shiny Yoshi. Trust me, my uncle works in PlayStation. Most trustworthy source there is. I think somewhere around here. Well, I'll leave it here for now. Exactly as much of a reality myth as it was in-game. I think a legend transcending the game and just being a cute little fella is nice. I agree. They made a fetus cute. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave it here for now and leave it open to comments to potentially give feedback and see if things change later on down the line. But, yeah. Let me save or download. Can I get a full... Hang on. Final tier list. I already have something called the final tier list. That's probably the Smash Brothers one. So this right here, can I get the full thing? Yeah, there we go. Alright. Thank you all for joining me. This is, I guess, first draft of my Generation 1 Pokemon design, creature design tier list. This was fun. I did not expect this to go on as long as it did. Like, we started at 3:30. It is 8 where I am right now. This has been 4.5 hours. Or is it 5.5? No, it's 4.5. I don't know how often I will do this. Like, obviously, we're going to go through each generation in order, and then probably do a stream specifically for variants, Mega Evolutions, Dynamaxes, like all the weird stuff. Like, separate tier lists for each. And then after that, do a big comments episode where I just read through comments and change any things accordingly. But yeah, this has been a grand old time. Thank you all for joining me, and I will see you for Generation 2, whenever we do that. Thanks for joining me for this, guys.